I'm Nina. This is my daughter Miranda, and we live in Silver Lake. We love the cultural diversity of Los Angeles.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this continued consideration by the Budget and Finance Committee of the Mayor's proposed budget for 2016-2017. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, joined by my colleagues, Council Members Bonin, Koretz, Blumenfield, and we are ready to begin. Members, we have a few cards, and for the members of the public who are here who haven't been here for previous sessions, if you'd like to speak on anything relating to the budget, whether it's on today's specific agenda or not, as long as it's related to the budget, it's fair game. Fill out one of these cards and bring it forward, and we'll take you at the beginning of the meeting before we hear from our other presenters. Members, you've also already received a revised version of the committee questions. So if you have a chance, please look that over, and then we'll approve that. Why don't we go ahead and approve that before we hear from the coalition, just so that we can get folks working on some of the homelessness reports that we did last week, and then we'll get a revised version probably before the end of the day. So I'll give you a few minutes because
I already read it. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take the cards, and then when we're done with the cards, we can consider the reports. So with that, we're going to take our public speakers, and you'll have 2 minutes each to speak. Our first speaker will be Kevin Collins, followed by Alex Acuna, followed by Megan Ortiz. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I would like to make a suggestion in regards to the budget. I believe that we should have a more focused agenda when it comes to business and job developments for the city of South Los Angeles and Watts, especially for the people there. If we can focus this on providing a business development and a job development program within these cities, then these businesses that open up could actually provide jobs for the people in the community. And we have a job development program and actually have the people go towards a more career-minded approach. With these two combined, if we have jobs and businesses in the community, well, now we'll be able to provide more affordable income for people to afford homes. And with all three of those in mind, we will be able to have a more economic structure within these communities. On the same time, this will also lead to less people wanting to retaliate whenever there's civil unrest in their communities, because nobody wants to burn down a building or a job to where they actually own it or they're employed by the people there. So this is just something I wanted to bring up to the committee as a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Acuna, followed by Megan Ortiz, followed by Roberto Rodriguez.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Alex Acuna. I'm an organizer with ACE. And just, today we're going to be talking about a lot of really important things. As a community organizer in Los Angeles, I spend a lot of my day just going out into the community and talking to people, particularly in South LA and the Valley. And I ask them every day, what is your biggest concern in your community? The vast majority of people are concerned about the everyday things that they see, the untrimmed trees, the broken sidewalks, the unpicked up trash, the trash in their alleys and their streets. These are the most vital city services that people see every day. They're really the most of what they see of the city every day. And unfortunately, people are very frustrated because these services are not, they're not seen as much. And a lot of people become disenchanted with the work of the city because of that. And so as you're considering the budget in the next week, I think you have a tremendous opportunity to refund these services that have been cut, bring back jobs that have been cut, especially to our communities that really need these jobs and investment. And also, we need to be finding more revenue to be hiring these people and funding these vital city services that people look to every day from the city. So we have an incredible opportunity here today, and I really look forward to your support. as do many people throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Megan Ortiz, followed by Roberto Rodriguez, followed by Mark Lipman.
Good morning. My name is Megan Ortiz. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Popular Education of Southern California. You've heard from me and many of our members over the last few days about the importance of funding the day labor centers. I want to thank all of the council members who on Friday expressed an interest about learning more about the impact of the day labor centers in Los Angeles. On Friday, we heard how the day labor centers especially work in conjunction with fighting homelessness in Los Angeles. There's a reason why also the day labor programs under the Economic Development Program, because one of the main things that we do is help people find jobs. We connect workers with people who are looking for a need or who have a need. If the day labor centers cease to be funded, we will be talking about a loss of thousands of jobs. We have over 600 members just in our 4 day labor centers, and there are 7 across Los Angeles. So we'd be talking about an additional loss of tax revenue. Additionally, as we find these workers jobs, we also support them in developing their skills to get better jobs and lift themselves and their families out of poverty. This is why, for example, we've worked very closely with LA Trade Tech. We have enrolled many of our members in welding programs so that they can develop their skills and become a better workforce for Los Angeles. Many of our members are not just immigrants. I think it's a big stereotype. We heard from some of our members who were veterans, people who have been in the United States for a long time, born and raised here, who for whatever reason have not been able to join the formal economy. And part of our job is to make sure that they join that. And hopefully with your support, we'll be able to do that across all 7 day labor centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roberto Rodriguez, followed by Mark Lipman. And as of now, that's the last of the cards that I have. So if anybody else would like to speak, please fill one of these out and bring it forward right away, please. Mr. Rodriguez.
Necesito intérprete.
I'm just going to translate for him.
Sure.
Aquí estoy del programa jornalero, solo para recordarles que en los últimos días he estado viniendo y escuchando, y para que no echen en oídos sordos lo que aquí se ha dicho sobre el proyecto jornalero.
So I'm here, and I've been here for the last few days, and just to reiterate that the message about the day labor centers doesn't fall upon deaf ears.
Son muy importantes los centros jornaleros, tal vez no están muy familiarizados, pero es un programa que ha estado funcionando desde los años 80.
So the day labor centers really have been a program and a model that have been working in Los Angeles since the 80s.
Son muy importantes porque brindan una esperanza de vida hacia las personas que necesitan un trabajo para subsistir, aquellas personas que no tienen, digamos, un diploma o no tienen un buen trabajo que desarrollar. Este es un lugar para poder llegar y encontrar un trabajo.
And really, these day labor centers are centers of hope for people to be able to find work, hope for them to be able to provide for their families because maybe they don't have the right credentials, the right diploma, or haven't had the right skills training.
Yo soy un ejemplo de esos programas. Yo estuve en un momento muy difícil y se abrió la puerta en el centro jornalero IDESCA y ahí empecé a ver la luz de nuevo, porque yo estuve a un punto que me quería suicidar porque no tenía $1 en mi bolsa.
I'm an example of that hope. There was a time that I did not even have $1 in my pocket, and because of that situation, I was feeling suicidal even. And now I have an opportunity to find work.
So, por favor, no se olviden de los proyectos jornaleros.
So please don't forget about the day labor program.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. My next speaker, Mr. Williams, is there another card? Okay. So my next speaker is Mark Lipman. There's another card following him. And then if anybody else would like to speak, please fill out a card and bring it forward right away because we're going to go right into our reports as soon as these last cards are finished. Mr. Lipman, welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mark Lipman with Power People Organized for Westside Renewal and the Westside Tenants Union. Actually, very happy to see my own councilman here today, Mike Bonin. Excuse me for not having 100 people in the room. 9 a.m. on a Monday morning is very, very early for people and inconvenient. But come down to Venice any night at 7 p.m., and you'll hear from hundreds of very angry Venetians about what we just found out last night, the defunding of the Vera Davis Center. We just found out that it's going to lose funding on June 30th, and there's been a lot of talk around of this being sold off to private developers. We are furious about this. We just found this out last night. If I'm incorrect, please correct me, Councilman. But we found out that our center is going to be defunded, and the Vera Davis Center has done gang prevention, currently is doing after-school programs for our youth, and also does food distribution for our seniors, our disabled, and our unhoused community. We need to protect our community centers. Vera Davis is not only historical, being our original library, it's also very important for our community, and we must protect our community centers. We have very few resources available in our community as it is, and we cannot defund our public services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lippman. And Mr. Lippman, we don't usually do a back and forth, but I know that Mr. Bonin and his predecessor have fought for the Vera Davis Center so vigilantly that I want to give him an opportunity to just comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to clarify. I'm not sure where the misinformation is coming from. The intent of my efforts, and as Mr. Krikorian noted, my predecessor for a number of years has been able to keep the Vera Davis Center as a vital community resource. What has happened is that the demographics of the neighborhood no longer allow the Vera Davis Center to qualify for the type of federal funding that it once received. As a result, for the past probably 4 years, our Department of Housing has been carrying it on a shoestring budget, which the department can't afford. What the intention has been, since long before I was in office, was to issue an RFP so that a local organization can operate the center as a community resource. Back in the late 90s, voters approved Proposition K, which allocated $500,000 for that center to be used primarily as a junior arts center, as well as other uses, but primarily a junior arts center. And so what I have asked is for both the Housing Department and the Cultural Affairs Department to give me timelines to see which agency can more quickly put an RFP out on the street so the community can weigh in on the process, and so we can have more robust programming there. So 2 agencies are coming back with timelines on how they can do an RFP so there can be a community process on what the future of the center is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Castellanos, followed by Ann Job. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. My name is Justin Castellanos. Simplemente quería venir a comentarle algo un poco de mi vida. Yo tengo 2 hijos en Estados Unidos. No tengo papeles todavía.
Hi, good morning. My name is Justin Castellanos, and I just want to share a little bit about my life. My name is Justin Castellanos, and I have 2 children here in the United States.
A los 2 niños los necesito soportar, necesito darles dinero, quiero mandarlos al colegio, quiero darles la mejor educación como americanos que son. Los niños no hablan español.
I'm here because I need to support my children. I need to be able to give them a better life so they can go to college.
Y para mí es muy difícil encontrar un buen empleo. So, el lugar donde estoy yendo ahorita es muy helpful for me, ¿me entiendes? Y lo único que yo le pido es de que por favor nos mantenga ocupados como hasta ahorita va haciendo.
And so the Goddess and Day Labor Center where I'm at now has helped me look for work and to help to sustain myself. And so I asked you that to keep us in mind when it comes to the funding.
El dinero que yo gano de jornalero se queda en Los Ángeles también. No hay ninguna otra salida de dinero. Simplemente consumimos en Los Ángeles y vivimos en Los Ángeles.
He wants to point out that the money he makes is all spent here in LA and that he doesn't send money to any other country. And so he's a taxpayer just like everyone else.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Job.
Actually, I came to speak on the budget advocate time, so is this inappropriate to speak now about the budget advocates?
No, it's fine. You can speak about anything relating to the budget.
Oh, okay.
And can you start your time over again, please?
I'm also learning from the other conversation about the unions. I'm just here really in support of the budget advocates and what an enormous contribution I think they make to all of our processes, and the thought that they do such good work, such long work, for so little pay is amazing. And I just wanted to come and support the budget advocates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Simone Newman, followed by Wayne Spindler.
Hi, my name is Simone Newman. Good morning. I'm a representative of ACE and also I live in Los Angeles. I wanted to talk about the budget and hopefully an increase in street services. This is a constant worry of mine. I live in a house, it's a duplex, and over that duplex there are 2 weeping willows in front of it. Each tree stands over 100 feet tall, and my building is 2 stories, so this tree is 2 stories over my building. It hasn't been cut in over 15 years, both of these trees. They are huge. You have to go like 2 blocks down from my house just to be able to take a picture of the entire tree because it's so huge. I've tried calling street services to get these trees trimmed and cut to no avail. They tell me it's only available in emergency situations. 2 weeks ago when we had large winds, a huge portion of this tree fell onto my yard. It took 5 people to come and move this tree out of my yard and pull it down to the corner because after 2 days I realized it wasn't going to get picked up. The windstorm was 2 weeks ago. When I drive around my neighborhood, all the trees that have fallen and all the damage that was caused, it's still sitting there. There are those caution cones sitting in front of them, but most of this stuff hasn't been removed. My neighbor has 2 palm trees on each corner of their home. One of the palm fronds fell and shattered his back window during this storm. I'm asking you guys please to consider tree services and hiring people to do these services before someone gets killed in their home by one of these enormous trees falling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Wayne Spindler. Is Mr. Spindler in the room? I don't see him, so that'll close our public comment period. And members, that brings us to our reports. Are there any recommendations for changes in the list of reports back? Mr. Bonner?
Yes. Let me just make sure I have the right pages. Here we go. Okay. Under LASA, Homeless Service Agency, item number 505. I just wanted to reword it to make it more clear in the instructions, and I have it written down that I can give to the CLA or CAO. For each LASA item in the Blue Book, provide a report on the agency's capacities, goals, and timelines. Explain which programs will be ready for implementation on July 1. For those not ready on July 1, detail the reasons why, steps necessary to be operational, and a projected timeline to be operational. And I have that written down. Under 507, at the end of the first sentence, where it says funding will be allocated, it should say, comma, including a breakdown of programming versus administrative costs. 510 on how much is being spent on homeless families versus singles. That should be budget impact because that will impact how we determine to spend the money this year. 534 about the LASA admin budget also should be a budget impact. as should 539 on the sobering centers. And 563 on the safe parking. It says report on safe parking vouchers. Just want to make sure that what we're looking for there is what the what type of vouchers or what the source of those vouchers would be for safe parking. And on the funding aspects, that should be a budget impact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kretz?
No change.
Good. Okay. Mr. Bloomfield? And I think my staff already indicated that my request number 562 should also be a budget impact, not a special study under LASA.
Mr. Chairman, one more.
Yes.
568 on the navigation centers versus the access centers.
Say it again, your mic was not.
On 568, the navigation centers versus the access centers, since there was some confusion about whether or not that spending was duplicative, that should be a budget impact because that would affect whether we spend the money or not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else, members? All right. Seeing no other suggestions as amended, is there any objection to approving the revised request for reports list? Seeing none, that list is approved. Thank you, Mr. Santana. All right. So next, our next item of business is a presentation by the Coalition of City Unions. And so I'd like to ask the representatives of the coalition to come on forward. And as you're all coming forward and grabbing your seats, I said at the outset of these hearings that just a few short years ago, this city was facing financial ruin. There was a former mayor of this city who was predicting that bankruptcy was inevitable. We were looking at a budget deficit of over $1 billion in the last fiscal year. It was projected to be. And over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, we have whittled away at that deficit and gotten to a place of stability, relative stability, and avoided all of that parade of horribles that many had predicted. We did that in close partnership with our partners in the city's workforce, and in many respects at their sacrifice in terms of loss of positions through attrition in particular, furloughs, and many other things that have not only been a sacrifice by our city employees, but they've also been, it has also resulted in sacrifice by our city residents who have had correspondingly fewer services delivered, as some of our public speakers have just said. So that has been and continues to be a challenge that the city faces, but we've gotten through the challenges that we've gotten through so far by making sure that we would be partners with labor and not at war with labor. And I think there's been, over the last 4 or 5 years in particular, labor has always had an opportunity to come and sit at this table as a full and equal partner and not just come and offer 2 minutes of public comment. And so I'm pleased to welcome you here again to be able to present the presentation of the coalition. Ms. Parisi, will you start us off?
Well, thank you very much. We welcome this opportunity. This morning you will hear a full and comprehensive report, not only from the unions who make up the coalition of LA City Unions, but also representatives of our community partners from ACE and SCOPE. Are you ready? Okay. Dr. Molly Rhodes will kick off our presentation, so why don't we just...
Thank you, Cheryl. First, for members of the public who can't read the screen, we do have copies in the back of our presentation, and one technical amendment. There's a color slide that should be number 28 I dropped a data figure, but I've caught it. So what we're doing today is first talking briefly about how we got to yes and created a historic agreement that addresses the ongoing service crisis and the jobs crisis faced by Angelenos. The solution to that was letters of agreement reached that are, again, historic, we think unprecedented in the country perhaps, on equitable jobs and service restorations. We will then talk about one of those agreements that creates a revenue commission so that we have new sources of revenue coming into the city to maintain jobs and services. We made a little recommendation summary for you, and then we're looking forward to discussing things with you. Now I have to push a button. Okay. So our bargaining, as I said, was unique. Normally unions bargain wages, hours, and working conditions as a straight-up thing. The coalition historically has also taken a social issues view of those components of collective bargaining, and we partnered with community organizations who are also fighting for services and good jobs. And this was the Fix LA Coalition. One of the key things that the Fix LA Coalition was looking at was service impacts, as you heard from public comment. I did 3 slides on service impacts, looking back at slides we've given you in previous years, and we narrowed down to 3, which is nice. Here we have intersection control hours. They're still declining. These numbers are from the comprehensive audited financial statements from the city as self-reported by the departments. So you can see we've gone from the beginning of the recession, or before the recession, 90,000 traffic officer control hours, and in fiscal 14-15 we were at 27. And let me not just turn the page. Flood control catch basin cleaning, similar issue. We were at over 100,000 catch basins cleaned a year. And then the last fiscal year, we were at 73, which was up from the year before, so we're getting a little better, but we still have a long way to go. The last thing, issue that is talked about often in City Hall, tree trimming. We've got a really serious problem. You see this service dive that has actually continued to happen with despite the recovery. We think that's partly because of how the contract tree work bidding has gone, because we've seen year after year inflated bids from the contractors, and the Board of Public Works has actually had to slow down the contracting process because the contractors know they have the city over the barrel, and they price their bids much, much higher than what the city values the service at. So part of restoring good city jobs, taking care of our urban forest, we're currently only at 1 emergency crew. We don't have an urban forestry division like we did before the recession, and that's something that has serious impacts. And those impacts are going to be discussed now by our community partner from ACE, Tim McDaniel.
Hello, good morning. Is the speaker on? Here. Hello, good morning. Thanks for having us again. I greatly appreciate it. Honor the work you guys do and what you're doing. So today I'm actually here as a member of ACE. I'm also a member of the Watts Neighborhood Council. and I live in the Watts neighborhood, and I actually got involved with the Fix LA Coalition because we were simply just left to fend for ourselves out there. I mean, you know, majority of our population are younger people under 25 or older people over 60. So we have a very, very vulnerable population, and a lot of times it's an isolated community. And so that's how I got involved in Fix LA, because we felt like we were left to fend for ourselves, and you know, we really wanted to make changes in our community. For example, the restoration of the services. I mean, I know a lot of people are going to be discussing the cuts since the recession as far as the services, but really our recession started over 50 years ago, and it's been getting worse since. So we really feel like this is a good step in the right direction overall in the city, and we hope that we keep in mind that certain areas have been neglected for a very long time. And so I'm glad to hear about the agreement to restore services and to do it by creating jobs that residents of South LA would help fill. But I am concerned to hear about the $5 million in contracted work, like for trees being trimmed and, you know, catch basins, other street services being contracted out, because I really do feel like we have an unemployment problem in the city. And being that the city is one of the largest employers within the city limits, I feel like it's an opportunity to really set a standard in which that we're not going to take unemployment, we're not going to take households living in poverty, we're not going to take unaffordable housing, that, you know, we set a higher standard, because truth be told, in my community, we've grown accustomed to a poor standard of life, poor quality of life, and I don't think that's fair. My grandmother lived in that area for over 50 years, and I feel like she deserves a lot better. So I'm really concerned about the contracting and city works, and it's really time for the city to move forward with the commitment to add 5,000 new jobs and also implement the targeted local hiring program. And that's why we want to make sure that at least 1/3 of these jobs are funded in this city's year budget. So that's about 1,600 or so jobs. And that's why I would like to request that you remove the proposed contracted money and put it into filling these positions, these good-paying permanent city jobs, and also create a career ladder for individuals that's been displaced for so long in the marketplace and in good jobs, that we really make a push to make those good changes. Thank you. And I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who's going to be discussing from Scope, Shante Pruitt. Good jobs.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jante. I'm with Scope, and I'd like to start with a few points. So, the City of LA is an economic development engine as an employer. Also, the third largest employer in the county, and the largest employer within LA city limits. And so I think that because of that, the City of LA finds itself at an important intersection, both creating and enacting policy, improving services like transportation, which is a barrier oftentimes to good jobs, as well as job development. And so with that being said, really looking to the city to be a leader and set an example of what it means to train folks from our own communities and from our neighborhoods to do the work in our own neighborhoods and communities, which is really important for folks like for families in South LA and folks like who are here today from Scope, who understand, as was mentioned, that unemployment is not a new phenomenon for our families. And in that vein, the public sector, while the largest, is the slowest industry to recover from the recession nationally and in Los Angeles, which is also problematic, seeing that the public sector traditionally offers a greater degree of equity and responsibility to a lot of families that I come from and that we represent as Scope, low-income families of color. About 5,000 jobs were lost in the recession with early retirement and hiring freeze, which adds a heavier burden to folks in South LA and our families, areas where unemployment often reaches double what the rest of the city percentage is in Los Angeles. And so we're really looking forward to some solutions. We're really looking forward to what the coalition is putting forward, and really seeing both training as well as job opportunities for folks in our neighborhoods in the restoration of services. I'd like to introduce Myra Vega, who's also from Scope and from South LA, to talk about the impact of these lack of services and jobs on families in our neighborhoods.
Unfortunately, Sirenia is not here today. She has a family emergency. On behalf of Sirenia, I'm going to give you her testimony. She's an immigrant living in the United States from the last 30 years. She lives in South LA, and she has 4 kids. Become a widow 20 years ago, and still as a single mom. And she's having a hard time to get a good job that can help her to pay the basic needs. So she's been forced to request social services. And so she has a son who served at the Army forces for 5 years, and he back home last 2 years ago. And since then, he's having the same situation, not finding a good job that help his mom and his little brothers and sisters. And so they expected and want to send to you the message that hopefully expecting for you that 2016 is the year for good jobs and to support families, and also is the jobs for low-income families and families of color. Thank you.
And then just to close this section out, again, getting to yes, we spent 2 years at the bargaining table with the city while activism was happening out on the street. Our bargaining teams, they're extraordinary city workers who are passionate about services and understand that their job is part of the fabric of the community, and they allowed, because it was their call, community participation in the formulation of bargaining proposals. The 4 key Fix LA demands were to restore public services, create good jobs for Angelenos, reclaim revenue, and have smart public safety strategies. As a result of that, the historic agreements that I referenced, these are the 4 that we're most interested in moving forward. Not most, but these are the 4 that impact the community directly: the jobs and service restoration letter of agreement, the outsourcing letter of agreement, a part-time employment letter of agreement, and a letter of agreement creating a revenue commission. So now I'm going to kick it off to Teresa Sanchez to talk about equitable jobs and service restoration.
I just wanted to, good morning, council members, committee members, and everyone. I just wanted to underscore the unprecedented nature of this agreement around 5,000 city jobs. Many of us have been advocating for going on 20 years now that the city of Los Angeles as an employer link itself to the city's workforce development infrastructure, the publicly funded workforce development infrastructure. That includes our partnership with the Community College District and 9 campuses that touch literally every resident of the city, the school district, the city's federally funded workforce development system, and our 17 workforce centers that operate under, according to city policy that's created by your workforce development board. So what we've done is crafted an agreement, and we celebrated on Friday the mayor's executive directive instructing all city general managers and bureau directors to begin to identify where the opportunities are to fill service gaps and be able to hire city workers. And we've created a system to, frankly, modernize civil service for the 21st century, to make it easier to hire, more efficient, faster, to do targeted local hire directly in the highest poverty, highest unemployment, the most needy sections or areas of our city, through our workforce centers, through our community partners, through the education system that we've partnered with. So what we're proposing to do is leverage those existing resources to do, we formed a strategic workforce development task force and a targeted local hire working group. And those are public bodies. They have representatives of labor, management, and community partners. The mayor has brought on board Jackie Goldberg, who is universally accepted and beloved by all as an expert on these policies. And we've started to begin to do that work of linking together that infrastructure with the goal of restoring 5,000 city jobs during the term of our agreement. I don't know if we want to show the slide of giving an example of the opportunities for career paths inside the city. I have lost count of the number of general managers and bureau directors that I've met over the years who started out as a clerk typist or a truck driver or a maintenance laborer and were able to progress all the way to the top. So it really is possible to achieve the goals that we've been talking about this morning. It's an example of some of the career ladders through entry-level positions. And some examples of the targeted local hire careers that are outlined in our letter of agreement. We're not limited by any classification. There's going to be negotiated agreements for each classification to make sure that when folks are brought on board, they get the proper training and supervision and mentoring, and make sure that they have promotional opportunities. The list of departments that you see there: sanitation, street services, recreation and parks, general services, Los Angeles World Airports, and the Port of Los Angeles were identified by our targeted local hire working group as priority departments based on their experience in the welfare to work context with training programs in civil service, and they're also relatively large departments, and so we know that they could probably hit the ground running. And folks always ask, when do we start? When do we start? Well, the reality is we can start today. We can start now. There's a website that Los Angeles Trade Tech College has established that links directly to the city's program, and folks can go to any of our 17 WorkSource centers today and register to start receiving services today.
So now, will you introduce Alice?
Oh, yes, I'd like to introduce AFSCME District Council 36 President and President of Local 3090, Alice Goff.
Good morning. Thank you for having us once again. So I want to just talk. Oh, closer. Oh, okay. It's back feeding a little bit. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little bit about the how we get some of the civilian positions back in the police department. The budget currently shows civilian planned hiring at a little over 3,000 and the sworn at 10,500. It estimates that approximately 656 sworn officers would be hired, which would net 525 graduates. But even at that, the budgeting still exceeds 10,000. While on the other hand, the civilian vacancy rate budgeted at a little over 15%, 2,800 plus positions, really is significantly lower. In the 2011-2012 cycle, right in the height of the economic crisis, there was a vacancy factor of 11%, and today we're at 15%. The recent audit from the controller really puts out some numbers to us that I think cause or should cause, raise that alarm flag. And this is not the first such audit. Back in 2008, the audit was done to identify ways in which or how many civilian positions were vacant and or being the duties being performed by sworn officers. And as I said, at that time, the numbers were about the same. And as a result of those recommendations, which was the same as now, and that would be to, hire the civilian vacancies at a less rate, only one position was filled by that after that audit. And so the placement of civilians into positions that are currently being performed by officers would be result in a $21 million cost saving. There are currently 458 sworn officers performing civilian duties. The positions lost since 2008 is 526. And what this means in the day-to-day operation is the loss of staffing in those critical positions. We have the police service representatives, the 911 dispatchers. I was just there with the captain last week. They are currently 62 positions down. The amount of overtime that's being forced onto the current employees is all-time high. He said that there was expectation to have 2 classes in this cycle. However, one has already been dropped, and so the anticipation is 1 class of trainees only, and that class cannot exceed 30 in order for them to have their post certification in place. So net would probably be more like 23, 25 coming on. So it doesn't address the vacancy in addition to the natural attritions that are happening by retirement. It also speaks to the positions in the divisional record sections that, again, all-time low, critical positions to have information constantly upgraded into systems that are used not just by Los Angeles police officers, but by law enforcement across the state, across the country, really, in getting in critical information. And the same for the records and identification section. All of those positions are critical, and they all suffer severe shortages right now. Our suggestion, our recommendation is that we fill the current vacancy rate, and in addition, to hire at least 250 civilians and move those officers performing those duties out into the field. That would help you as well with your sworn hiring. We just really need to take heed to the controller's audit report and follow those recommendations. Thank you. Oh, David?
That's okay. Good morning. My name is David Sanders, SCA Local 721. I appreciate you all inviting us back again. I thought I heard you say this was the highlight of the budget and finance hearing. I wasn't sure. I thought that's what I heard you say, but maybe. So, listen, I'm going to go off script just a little bit. You have all the documents and data, and we'll talk about that. But I do want to say that when we actually started this last bargaining session a year ago, we were told very clearly some of these things that we're talking about were not mandatory subjects of bargaining. They were permissive. We were told that the community had no standing, no role in these bargainings. And at one point, we actually had someone from the CEO's office said, if we never speak to you all again, it'll be fine with us. All that to say this, to everybody's credit, everybody's wisdom, we came together, and this is an outstanding, this is an aspirational initiative that we put together, and I appreciate you all's consideration for it. I think what has happened is that we were able to connect all the dots. We were able to connect that, bad jobs or no jobs led to lack of services, and that not only was $15 an hour necessary, it was absolutely doable. And here we are. We're connecting all these things together, including the jobs restoration program. Part of the things we talked about in the early budget hearing meetings last week was that almost 48% of the city's workforce is retirement eligible. We talked about the city having a succession plan for these retirees, and we talked about the city's plan for career ladders. And what we've drafted and what we've proposed, or what we're putting in front of you, is a plan that we think is absolutely doable. One of the things I was asked to talk about in particular was the sidewalk insourcing. And I don't know if the chart's up there or not, or there you go. What's been budgeted is $31 million for over 30 years. This is a huge potential for city training jobs, for entry-level jobs, apprenticeship programs, not reinventing the wheel, programs that exist, people are ready to go. We think the city should take full advantage of it. We know it's in the budget. We know that street services has 4 crews that are dedicated to curb cuts. Street services is budgeted $11 million for sidewalk access ramps. Engineering, $1.19 million. All this work is contracted out. Clearly, there are engineers in the city of LA who can do the work. We'd like, and we'd ask that consideration or review the feasibility of this. We have engineers in the city, and again, there is a high rate of retirement-eligible engineers that are ready to do the work now without it being contracted out. Our recommendation is a report back from street services and engineering for potential city staffing to create city jobs for Angelenos. And that's what's in the chart. And again, the data we have, the information available, we just think that it's doable and it should be done. The second slide is recession push custodians off city career ladders. What you have there is a chart showing that since 2008, in the year 2008-2009, custodians did about 12 million square feet of work in the city of LA. That's been reduced 33%, while contracting now has been increased, and the numbers will show there. On the slide, on the graph on the right shows what a career looks like in the city of LA. The custodian at the bottom of the graph, it shows that potential, and historically, that custodian has had a career in the city of LA, where they started as a custodian and in some cases reached to the top of director of building services. We also know that most jobs, most contracted jobs, and again, we show the graph where the city is doing more contracting of custodial services, they remain custodians. There's no career ladder there. We think the city, as an employer, a great employer, this is a good thing to do. We also think in our presentation and in the remaining part of the presentation that these are all aspirational initiatives. We hope that they don't become incremental in implementation. I heard a couple of people say the other day that we won't get to most of these jobs, the hiring this year. We'll get a small amount. I'm hoping we'll find a way to do more in a small amount, more and be more as aspirational as the initiative says here. And I think the gentleman here said, if we can get a third of those new hires now, target hiring now, this year, this budget cycle will be great. I understand what the numbers look like, but I don't want to put a limited and incremental goal on these things. And I appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you. Your audience, for your fans. In addition, we certainly have talked about the loss of 5,000 jobs and obviously the corresponding diminution in services to communities. But one of the other impacts that we've identified in terms of what are the other impacts of sort of employment policies during the recession was the massive increase in the use of part-time workers. Our chart essentially shows that over the period from 2012 to 2014, there was a 58% increase in as-needed part-time jobs in our bargaining units. What does this mean? Essentially, what this represents is a devolution from good jobs that provided job security and good benefits to sustain families to jobs which were characterized by no benefits, precarious scheduling, and a deliberate policy on the part of departments to churn workers. And essentially what that meant, or what that means, is that workers were scheduled in what historically had been full-time employment as part-time as-needed workers. They were worked up to 900 hours to avoid the trigger of 1,000 hours for the payment of benefits, and then work furloughed, and others were brought behind them. And so what we saw was, again, a devolution from good jobs to poor jobs that were not sustainable. This problem in policy was corrected on Friday. Mayor Garcetti issued an executive directive that took on this challenge. Specifically, he encouraged departments to move from as-needed intermittent positions to regular half-time and regular full-time. We reduced the time it takes to qualify for benefits from 2 years at 1,000 hours to 1 year at 1,000 hours. And specifically, in the executive directive, Mayor Garcetti directed that departments not schedule employees in a way that avoids the payment of benefits. Specifically, what we're asking now is that the policies, or excuse me, the budget aligns with these policies. And so we saw some good news in the Department of Building and Safety, where there was historically in the budget as needed clerical employees. Those positions have now been budgeted to regular half-time positions. That's a good thing. That's in compliance with our policy. But we still notice within the budget an increase in the use of the as-needed part-time budget. And so we wanted to draw your attention to some problem areas that we would request greater scrutiny on your part, specifically in transportation. The continued ongoing use of part-time traffic officers. Again, these traffic officer positions are not full service. These employees are not transitioning into regular full-time employment. They're being churned, and we are asking for your scrutiny on this item. In sanitation, we have seen a proliferation of the use of as-needed clerk typists as well as maintenance laborers. The practice has been quite egregious in the Bureau of Sanitation, where specifically in prior budget years, the department actually came to this committee and asked to take budget dollars that were allocated for regular full-time positions and move them into the as-needed. This bureau, again, a special funded bureau, has been churning workers both in the call centers as well as in many of the jobs performed by maintenance laborers. So we're asking that there be special scrutiny applied to this department, that the call center operations be allocated for the classification of communication information representatives, and a path toward regular full-time employment be created for the workers that are currently working part-time intermittent in this department. And again, a focus on recreation and parks. We're glad to see an increase of about $1 million in the department's as-needed budget, but attention must be paid, and the department must be asked for a policy which complies with the mayor's directive that many of these positions be looked at to be turned into regular half-time positions, and specifically in those classifications where full-time civil service positions are available, such as clerk typists, that those allocated budget hours, again, be used in a conscious way to move those positions from intermittent to regular full-time. And in the zoo, we saw a big increase in the as-needed budget. Again, we would ask that there be a report back in terms of, again, applying the policies of the mayor's executive directive to their as-needed workforce as well. Thank you.
Cheryl, can I just add briefly on the sanitation call center specifically? As Cheryl said, for just a number of years, we have been trying to regularize these positions. And it's clear that they need regular ongoing staffing because they have had to churn these workers through there. Now there is so much enhancement to the technology and the way in which residents report or call in for service requests, and so it continues. The department recently added a second call center location. They've gone to 24-hour operation with the same or reduced staff, and so it's clear that they're, I don't want to, but I'll just say it, that there was not a lot of planning in how you determine the adequate staffing level to meet those service requests and the needs, and so particularly again in a bureau that has the funds to really hire adequate staff at the classification that they should be, and not the kind of poor jobs that they've been offering.
So if we could have the slides back, our very nimble ITA folks, I want to thank you. Thank you. So a few things that we wanted to raise about the budget in terms of like a fact-finding issue. Our members and community folks came to us after the budget came out and said, well, how many jobs are there? How many jobs? How many jobs? And I had to say, I can't really tell you because, well, there's one pie chart and it says there are new positions of 500, which is great. We also know that the city has, during the recession, used vacancies as a salary saving technique. And so a budgeted position does not equal a job. We would like in the future to see perhaps changes to the way budgeting data is shown so that the public can understand what's a job in the budget. So the department shows vacancy rates only in the supplemental book. There's no job title information. And the vacancy rates that it show are over a year old, almost a year old. They're from July last year. Regular and resolution positions are collapsed in the same calculation. I think the number was 3,700 something positions that are vacant, but you can't do anything with that information. And it impairs the full understanding of what actually can be hired in the budget. The actual position data, it's sort of apples and oranges, we understand that. They come from payroll, but we wonder if in the future there's a way in the budgeting process for that data to be happening alongside so that everybody understands what's an actual job versus an actual budgeted position. So we would recommend that there would be a current list of actual positions by department, bureau, and job title during the budget. Again, we were looking at a goal of implementing a third of the jobs this year. A second issue tied to vacancies, looking at the salary savings ratios in the budget, the departments are told to withhold spending from salary accounts during the hiring freeze when it made sense. The budget book shows this is still a practice. The most egregious one I saw was in the police department civilian rate of 15% of their civilian budgeted money for positions is not to be spent on hiring. And we're seeing some departments exceeding the savings amounts imposed during the fiscal emergency. So we would ask that you request a report back on why salary savings are being used to balance the budget in this time where we need to hire, and especially focusing on departments where the salary percentage exceeds recession levels. And I have a slide of those, which no one can see in the back, but hopefully you got your copy. And so this slide, we see aging, building and safety, the CAO, the city clerk, city planning and general fund, the controller, the finance department, general services, neighborhood empowerment, personnel, police civilian, board of public works, bureau of contract administration, engineering, all non-general funds, the sanitation, stormwater, pollution and abatement fund, the sanitation, sewer construction fund, street services, transportation, library, and rec and parks. I saw they all had an increase from the recession levels. So there's money there, so we'd like to understand why it's not being used for hiring jobs. And speaking of money, I will pass the presentation off to my colleague Lisa Cody.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. So the Revenue Commission was created through a letter of agreement negotiated as part of the coalition of city unions and the Fix LA contract bargaining with the city. It was largely born of a national crisis that profited financial institutions at the expense of working people. The purpose of the Commission is to create new funding sources to generate a level of revenue sufficient to provide high-quality city services that are consistent across the city. Next slide. The structure of the Commission is such that the Commission will be appointed by the mayor and will last at least 24 months. The Commission will be composed of 15 members. The mayor will choose 8 independently, and the coalition of city unions will submit 20 candidates, from which the mayor will choose another 7 to make up the 15-member commission. The coalition is currently in the process of putting together a fantastic, dynamic group of potential nominees. The Inspector General will staff the commission, and the commission will be funded per the letter of agreement with $500,000 to cover all administrative matters, including additional staff, requested studies, development of reports, and off-site meetings. Appointees will and should be dynamic individuals from community-based organizations, academia, business, and representatives of the coalition of LA City Unions. The Commission will report quarterly in council budget and finance meetings and to the mayor's budget team. Some of the potential areas to explore to generate new revenue include billboards revenue generation, commercial property reassessments and eliminating tax loopholes, the shared economy tax collection, blight inspection and enforcement, residential real estate speculation for revenue enhancement, financial services transparency and evaluation, business tax simplification and evaluation, and recreation and parks funding enhancements. The coalition's recommendation regarding the commission is that the city needs to fund the commission per the letter of agreement. That agreement states that $500,000 will be awarded to cover all administrative matters, including staff, requested studies, development of reports, and off-site meetings. That $500,000 is not, however, in the mayor's proposed budget. This funding is essential to ensure the commission has the resources and staffing it needs to succeed. We ask that the council rectify this omission and fully fund the $500,000 promised in our agreement. This commission has the potential to develop and recommend new, innovative, permanent streams of revenue for the city that will be vital to restoring city services and creating good jobs for Angelenos. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I wanted to recap. Essentially, our recommendations are honing in on the details of the budget to ensure that they are in alignment with the agreements that we have collectively reached to drive forward, again, the goals of service restoration linked with the creation of good jobs. And so we have some specific recommendations as you move through this process, and so I want to go through each of them. Again, the first is to require a report back of the current list of actual positions by department and bureau and job titles during the budget hearing. So again, just a report back from each department in terms of actual positions that are currently available for hire that are not currently filled. A budget, once we gather this information, we will know exactly what the numbers are of not necessarily newly budgeted positions, but unfilled positions. That, in addition to the newly funded positions, will create the basis to implement 1/3 of the 5,000 jobs that have been committed to in our agreements. We are recommending specifically that in lieu of hiring 625 sworn officers to net 525 that will then backfill for sworn retirements, we would ask that in lieu of that number that 250 civilians positions be hired to fill some of those sworn, those identified positions that are now filled by sworn officers. Those sworn officers can move into the field, and the city will realize the savings of staffing with civilians rather than sworn. And obviously, the enhancements in service provided by sworn officers. Again, we're asking that there be particular attention to some of what is the low-hanging fruit, some of the obvious needs that are present in this budget, specifically sidewalks. The city has entered into a 30-year agreement to improve the quality of sidewalks in the city of Los Angeles. We would ask that this committee ask the Bureau of Street Services to provide a long-term strategic hiring plan so that we can begin to understand the number of city positions that need to be created now and that will be created in the future, that the focus be on internal hiring rather than outside contracting. This is a 30-year program. It is clearly an opportunity to be able to think long-term about job creation through service delivery, and that there be a specific report back from the Bureau of Street Services on this issue. Again, with the issue of tree trimming, we've noted, we're all aware of the diminution and the tree trimming services that are provided in the city of Los Angeles. There needs to be a report back in terms of how we are going to begin to build back those services through insourcing, and the Great Streets program as well. Again, I think I've talked about that. The report from Street Services and Engineering specifically tied to the Sidewalks program. And then we are asking specifically department report backs on the increase in as-needed positions. Again, the goal is that these departments be required to comply with the directives provided in the mayor's executive directive. So again, in transportation, in lieu of having full-time, full-service traffic officers, the budget contemplates hiring 150 part-time traffic officers. We've talked about the situation in sanitation, in the call centers, again, an overuse of intermittent as-needed workers when there clearly are service demands for full-time positions. Recreation and parks, again, an addition of $1 million in the as-needed budget. What is the department's plan to transition these positions into regular half-time and or full-time positions? And the zoo, again, an increase in the as-needed budget. What is that department's plan to transition these workers into regular full-time or half-time positions? We are requesting a report back on why salary savings are being used as a tool to balance the budget. It's inexplicable to us that we would see an actual increase in the salary savings rate over the rates that were utilized during the depths of the recession. It's an anomaly. We think it needs to be explored, and report backs need to be provided so that we can again begin to assess or begin to demand a higher level of service restoration. And finally, we're asking that the $500,000 that was committed to in our letter of agreement be budgeted so that the Revenue Commission will have the necessary resources to be able to do its work and be able to come back with the kinds of creative solutions that we contemplated through the commitment and creation of the Revenue Commission. Great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much. This was the highlight, I think, so far. You're absolutely right. So far. So I'm going to go next to member questions, and comments. But before we do, I just want to, members, give you a little bit of an update. I've just been given some updated information. Last year, at the conclusion of the entire budget hearing process, we produced 100 requests for budget impact reports. So far, with police and fire still to come, we're at 115 right now, FYI. And keeping in mind, since we're talking about service restoration, keeping in mind that actual people have to do actual work to do these reports, let's keep in mind that we're already starting to strain the people who are giving that information back to us. So just wanted to give you that update so we can keep in mind to keep, if we can, keep our budget impact reports focused and consolidate them where we can, I think it would be very helpful for our staff in giving us useful information back that we can consider in this budget. So with that said, we're going to start this round with Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me see if I can get the mic. I have mic. There we go. I don't have any questions. I do have a few comments. Number one, on part-time jobs, I have always felt, and I've always said that since I've been here, that many of them are a scam to avoid payment of benefits. I particularly have objected always to part-time traffic officers, although it is nice, since I live in a very dense permit parking area, on weekends to have enforcement. But we only have enforcement on weekends because we only have part-time officers, and they seem to be working on the weekends. So during the week, we can't find any parking. On the weekends, it's a little better. But I think it's time we change that policy and admit that we're only hiring part-time people to survive on the cheap and not pay benefits, and it's time to stop. As far as LAPD and civilian hiring, what you're recommending is also something that I've been asking for since I got here, which is recognizing that there are a number of sworn officers that are there because we believe in this magic 10,000 number. So we hire the 10,000, and then we put a certain number of them doing much lower paid civilian work. It makes no sense. If we were willing to depart from that number, we could easily hire every appropriate civilian in that department, move the sworn to actually doing sworn work, and reduce that number. So we would actually have a substantial savings, and we would actually have the same number of people functioning in the department. What's proposed is sort of a hybrid, which I think is in some ways better than nothing, which is hiring the civilians, moving the sworn into the force, but keeping it at 10,000. At least that provides some greater efficiency, and you have people that aren't given sworn training and are trained to do the work, and only the work that they need to. Personally, I would prefer that we do the other, that we hire every single sworn position that we can. Every single civilian position that we can, move all the sworn out of civilian positions, and maybe partially decrease the number from 10,000. It's hard to say that if we were getting the same amount of work, or even more by only doing it partially, that would be a net reduction. But somehow, every time I've discussed this with LAPD in our budget sessions, they say otherwise. Makes no sense to me. As far as sidewalks, I think that should all be done by city workforce. We have no cost to doing so in a way. Even though it's general funded, it's to an amount that we must spend. So if it turned out it was slightly less fiscally advantageous, although I'm sure we would get better work out of our city workforce, it would cause us no harm because we must spend that money regardless. It's not like we can say, it would only cost us $30 million instead of 31 to do this with the city workforce. We can save $1 million. We actually can't. We must spend that amount, and that certainly would be an area where it would be advantageous to do so. And I would argue at the end of the day, we won't find that we're spending more money. We'll find that we're getting better work done by our well-trained city workforce. Even more true for street trees, and I would like to see us entirely reestablish our urban forestry. I don't know if we can pull that all off in a year, but I think we should literally do it as quickly as we can. There's certainly no savings there as contractors realize we need them and are dramatically overcharging us. But also the inability of our contractors to do a decent job has been very painful, certainly to me, but I assume many or all of my colleagues, as we get complaints because trees aren't trimmed, and then we get angrier complaints when the trees are trimmed and they're hacked up by our contractors. I know we're putting a certain amount of money in the budget for better oversight, but rather than wasting the money on better oversight, let's hire up our own tree trimming staff to the levels we had it before, or even more, and start trimming trees appropriately. Also, the reality of the budget is I've always objected to the way we budget, which in the past has been we spend a lot more than we actually have in the budget, and then we use managed hiring to not hire people so we actually can survive. So we didn't really have an honest picture of what we were really allocating. And it took me a while to realize that. I would think, well, we've hired a certain number of people and that's what we need, and then I'd find we can't get them because of managed hiring. Well, we got rid of managed hiring, but I think the fact that we're requiring such high salary savings is sort of a remnant of that. It's sort of a backdoor way to still continue that practice a little bit. Obviously, our budget is tighter this year because we've taken on a big commitment to homeless services, and I wouldn't say that's inappropriate, especially to kick this effort off this year. But I think we should certainly keep an eye on what we're doing and know what we're doing with these high salary savings, and try to reduce them to a number that actually represents what the natural salary savings would be. We're obviously not going to be able to hire every single person that we budget, even if we try. So there'll be some natural salary savings. But in some departments, I think it's too high to be realistic. And we should acknowledge that and try to dispense with this as a practice in future budgets.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you, and echo the comments of my colleague. Really appreciated the report, really great report. I was particularly shocked by pages 6 and 7 about the service diminution that in the last couple of years when you're talking about tree trimming's gone down to that level, even though we're putting more money in. I mean, that is a big bright light we have to look at, and clearly we have issues with the contracting, and I think we're trying to address that, and I'm certainly 100% on board for getting us full-time staff to do these things, who care about the job, who can do it and do it right. It's interesting, my colleague was talking about the salary savings and the issue of the police, civilian. I think we all agree, or I certainly agree, that we want to get as many civilians in there as possible. It doesn't make financial sense to have sworn officers doing the civilian jobs. When I asked the chief about it last year, I got an interesting response. He was talking about, in some ways, it's a reserve force that you have in the civilian side. And my sense is, if that's the case, let's be transparent about it, and let's try to get as many civilians hired in those positions, get our officers on the street doing what they should be doing. And if this is some way to keep a reserve, then let's make that very clear, and let's understand what premium we're paying to do that, because it is a cost. There is a cost to us as a city of having a sworn officer perform a civilian job. And on the surface, it doesn't make any sense to do that, and I don't think it makes any sense. But if we're gonna bear that cost, let's call it out and understand what it's there for, so that we can all, so we have a transparent budget, which I think is at the heart of a lot of what you're requesting, and I definitely want to push all the requests that you're asking for. A lot of it is about transparency, is about understanding the reasons for some of this stuff. And the salary savings, as my colleague was mentioning, is a little bit of a transparency issue. We only have so much money, but we want to make sure that we're doing X amount. Well, we can't just call it salary savings and then end up with less jobs happening at the end of the day. So I'm all about transparency. I like the idea of a long-term hiring plan for street services. I think that makes a lot of sense. We'll ask for that as a report back. I don't think that has to compete with the immediacy of the budget requests, because that's a special study that needs to happen over time.
Which one was that, Mr. Booth?
This is about the long-term strategy for hiring plan, which was referred to about, particularly in street services, but in a number of different areas. It makes sense for us to look into that and to do a special study to understand how we're going to get to that number, the 5,000 or more. In terms of the revenue, I also want, I love the idea of having a group out there looking at additional revenue, because we have to focus on growing the pie. So I definitely want to put out there that we look into what funding is available for this, revenue growth structure. Either exactly the way it's laid out, or if need be, to do some variant of it, but we need to get the process going of growing our revenue and having all of our partners involved in that process. It's a very productive. Instead of us all fighting over the pie all the time, we got to think about how we grow that pie. In terms of a question, I know I'm talking like. I appreciate what you're talking about, the as-needed workers, and I wanted to give you a chance to talk a little bit more about the downside of doing that, in particular, the cost to the city and to our services, because you mentioned some of the costs, but if you have somebody till 900 hours and then you get rid of them, don't we end up paying unemployment insurance, and don't we end up paying with the left hand instead of the right hand? If you could elaborate on that in terms of not just the moral question, because I think that's clear if you bring someone along and then you kind of pull the rug out at the end of the day, that's an important point. But also just to give us the nuts and bolts financial issue here, and I think bringing in some of those other issues would help if you could.
Well, you really highlighted a serious line item that needs to be reviewed. In the personnel department budget, I think there's between $3 and $4 million that's allocated for unemployment insurance benefits. And then when we make the inquiry, well, the city's not laying off, so what's driving such a big number? The city self-insures, so it's an actual outlay of revenue when the city lays off. And what sort of drives that number is the churning. So when the city works someone up to the 900 hours and then they lay them off, they're eligible for unemployment insurance benefits. And so then they apply at EDD. The city is then paying those uninsurance benefits directly. And so it's just such a waste. If those dollars could be utilized to retain the service, retain that employee, and then obviously be able to provide the kind of employment security for that person. I mean, it seems a no-brainer, but we continue to see that. We continue to see that practice in terms of city funding. And specifically, again, we don't understand why in the special funded departments, where there really are no financial challenges, particularly in the Bureau of Sanitation, why we see kind of a consistent practice of churning. Working people essentially 40 hours a week until they reach the 900 hours, work furloughing them and bringing someone else behind. These are not as needed in the sense that there isn't the need for the work. The work is there, the assignments are there, and the practices, again, seem to us to undermine the quality of services that can and should be provided, both by underutilizing employees in the right classification, as well as, again, diminishing services, because you're constantly churning a workforce that then is inhibited from developing the kind of skill sets that can really enhance the services being provided. So we're asking that a special focus be provided in this area, special diligence on your part to review this practice.
If I could just say, I often hear people complain about waste, fraud, and abuse in government. I think this is a perfect example. Not only are you paying twice because of the training costs, the expertise walking out the door, the unemployment insurance benefits, and we're also, it does diminish the quality of services. I represent 311 operators. Everybody talks about the one call to City Hall. those people have to understand what every part of every department in the city does so they can appropriately fulfill those service requests. And so if you're constantly retraining new people and then the expertise is walking out the door, I believe that's clearly a waste of resources.
Yeah, it's a really important issue that you're highlighting. So I want to make sure that we request a report back on the service and the economic impacts on all departments that have significant part-time and as-needed workforces, or that are significantly using more as needed, and for those impacts to be broad enough to include issues of unemployment insurance and the other, indirect costs that we may be paying. Because one of the goals that I have, and I know all of my colleagues share and the mayor shares, is we're really trying to make this a smarter city, a city that operates efficiently and effectively, both in terms of the best use of our dollars, but the maximizing the use of our workforce. And something like this kind of potentially flies in the face of that. And it's something I know that we're all interested in changing, and getting that information and a report back on that issue as you've raised it, I think is extremely important. So thank you for raising that, and I want to ask for that report back.
And let me just say, there's also, the human cost. What we saw with some of our members, the impact of this process of either having hours be cut or the churning is that, it's ironic. So much of this, the focus of this budget has been around helping the homeless population. But when workers are burned up in this process, oftentimes the outcome is homelessness. So again, we're just asking for a very self-conscious thought, a very self-conscious review about how we're employing the as-needed workforce, and again, being able to be smart in terms of good jobs that sustain departments and workers.
The community impact on these part-time, low-paying jobs. So it affects the actual decision-making of households in these communities like Mines and Watts. Is it more beneficial to be unemployed and rely on public housing, or get a part-time job and still can't afford a home? So it really does impact the decision-making, and I really feel like it really has created a culture, and it's going to take a while to defeat that culture. I think what we're talking about is a step in the right direction, and so if you will support that, we would appreciate that, because it's very within our culture to really make those decisions on a household, whether it's makes more sense to have a part-time low-paying job or get social benefits and get public housing, get homeless so you can get those subsidies and afford housing.
So I'd like to also attach myself to Mr. Blumenfield's last request, and also add an additional clarification. I'd like that report to include a cost and benefit analysis, particularly with regard to the special funded positions and their impacts on the general fund, both in terms of benefits, and where there might be savings or reimbursements there, but also in terms of the cost of the unemployment benefits, and whether that's derived from the special fund source or the general fund, and how that impacts on the general fund as well. So thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. On that as well? Okay.
Also, I think we want to include in the calculations the wasted time training and retraining the same people that are being churned as well.
Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to my colleagues, too. I agree with everything that's been said. Glad for those report backs. I won't ask to have my name attached to them, though, because I think I'm probably leading on budget impact reports already, and I don't want to keep running up the score. Thank you. Mr. Hale is. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the work. I think you nailed it. I think you got you diagnosed the problem correctly, and I think you have the right prescription to help us address the disease. So I think a lot of what I would have said was said by Mr. Blumenfield or by Mr. Koretz. A couple specific things. I was I was aghast at the slides that you showed at the beginning about the service cuts. I was particularly disturbed by the one about the intersection control because I think over the past couple budget cycles, this committee, Mr. Koretz and I in particular, have tried to slow down the hiring of the part-time, have more full-time, and I've been really focused on trying to encourage DOT to get more officers out at key congested intersections as opposed to focusing exclusively on issuing tickets. And to see that the number has not gone up but has in fact gone down over the past couple of years is really disturbing. And that's something I'm going to be addressing in Transportation Committee. I won't do it through the report back. But I would like to get a specific report back on what the pros and cons would be, the trade-offs would be, if in this coming budget we stopped doing part-time officers and just hired full-time traffic officers, which is, I think, where we've been wanting to go for more and more incrementally each year. And I want to know what would happen if we just did it this year, because clearly the incremental approach isn't getting us the desired effect. I also wanted to comment on the civilianization issue at LAPD. It's an issue that a lot of us have been concerned about for a very long time. It just seems a ridiculous waste to be paying a fortune to train people through the academy and then have them on desk duty when we need them out on the streets. It just makes no sense. And I was really disappointed to hear that comment about that they're effectively reserve officers. We've got huge crime spikes in part of the city right now. And as a result, cops are being pulled out of the neighborhoods that a lot of us represent. We need the reserve officers now. We need to call in the reserve. We need the cavalry now in our neighborhoods. So I don't think we can do it fast enough. So I'll ask now. I'll ask it of LAPD, but I'd like a report back on what would be the implications if we hired the 250 civilians now. What impact does that have on hiring? I don't necessarily want to go down to fewer than 10,000 cops, but I want to see where that sweet spot is between hiring to attrition and moving more officers out on the street. I've always said I'm less concerned with how many cops there are on the payroll than how many cops are out walking the pavement. And so I'd like to make that a report back. The only other report back I'll ask for is, if it hasn't already been asked for, is if CAO could report on potential funding sources for the $500,000 for the Revenue Commission as per the letter of agreement. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Kratz?
Yeah, two things. One, I would think one of the potential funding sources, if we actually staff up that commission quickly, could be savings that are suggested by the commission providing additional revenue. The other thing with LAPD is when we've objected to this in the past, they've generally said, oh, there's really, my recollection is 1 year, 70 sworn officers doing civilian work. This is the first time where we've actually had, I believe, an audit that really nails down the number, and it turns out to be much higher than we've been told, but about what I think we've always suspected. So this gives us a better opportunity to address that problem with some real numbers.
Anything else, members? I'm trying to compare my notes of some of the report requests from what was asked. I think either right now or in talking to departments, we've covered most of these requests. I think if it wasn't already clear, I'd like to have a special study report back on the long-term strategic hiring plan. I think you mentioned tree trimming, Mr. Blumenfield. Am I right about tree trimming? So let's also include generally the street services and engineering and other departments' hiring plan on long-term hiring plan on the sidewalks program, which I've been intimately involved with, and we are going to be utilizing this as a longer-term job creation plan. And I'm very pleased that the mayor is planning to use that as part of his proposal announced on Friday to especially find positions for hard-to-hire folks who will, as I said on Friday, instead of sleeping on the sidewalks, will help us to build the sidewalks. And I think that's an important step forward for our city and for workforce development as well. So I'm going to ask for that report back. And also, I think that it would be helpful for all of us to have some more straightforward and simple way to compare actual positions available for hire, actual positions filled. It is hard to figure that out when you go through all of the various different budget schedules. And if there's some way that we can simplify that and create it in a transparent, ready to digest way that even I could understand, I think that would be very helpful as well. And I think that covered just about all of the requests. So, if there's nothing else, members, thank you all very much. Appreciate your coming again this year. Appreciate your ongoing partnership as well, as we can continue to get through these challenges. So, thank you all. Our next presentation will be by the CAO about the CAO. Mr. Santana, welcome.
Thank you. We only have one item that we are recommending in our letter, and that is, as you know, your council adopted a comprehensive strategy around homelessness. In that strategy, it established the CAO's office as the lead office for coordination of the various elements of the plan at the direction of a group that's being managed by my office, the CLA, and the mayor's office. In there, we establish a particular position. We are recommending that position be an exempt position so that we could recruit somebody with particular expertise on homeless-related matters, both at the city as possibly the state and the county and the federal government. But outside of that, there are no other changes we are requesting.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield, anything for the CAO? Mr. Kratz?
Give me a minute.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and on that one change with regard to the exempt position, I'd like to request that back as a report back, budget impact report back. And I wanted to ask about the strategic workforce analysis positions that are included in the Blue Book on page 73. Can you talk about those positions, what the expectation is of those positions, please?
The expectation is to continue the work that you just heard of from the coalition. As you know, as part of our agreement with the coalition, we committed to establish strategic plans for each department, identifying what their staffing needs are, and look at what their anticipated needs are due to expected retirements. And so this, in addition to additional enhancements that was given to the personnel department, our two offices are the primary offices that are providing staff support for that committee that you just heard from.
So with regard to reports on a strategy for targeted local hiring, what would be the expected outcome of that? When would we be getting such a report? Will it include policy proposals that might be considered by the Jobs Committee, as well as as budget. What's the plan with going forward on that?
So the goal is that over a period of time, there's a comprehensive plan for each city department that identifies where the hiring opportunities exist based on service needs that they anticipate filling. So the mayor has directed that each department create a strategic plan. From that, there are entry-level positions that we know will be available. We want to identify ways to target specific populations, homeless population, former gang members, and others who have traditionally not participated in employment in the city, and then establish a way of incorporating those objectives in each year's budget. So, but it starts with every department providing an assessment of what their hiring needs are going to be based on service demands that they anticipate filling over a period of a number of years.
So, again, in terms of timeline, the first step is for all the departments to do that assessment. Second step is for these two positions in your office to analyze that assessment, make, if any policy determinations are necessary, make recommendations based on that, which would then be implemented how and when? Would they? Is it your expectation that those recommendations would simply be handled within departments? Would they be reported back to a policy committee or this committee? And if so, what would be the... I'm just trying to get a ballpark. I'm not going to pin you down on it, but what would be your expectation of when we might be able to take some action on...
So, you know, the policy committees will inform what the service needs are. So there was a conversation about sidewalk work, for example, and
just one of the ones I had in mind.
Your committee, and as well as the Public Works Committee, established a comprehensive policy around sidewalks. The next step is figuring out, based on that policy, what do the hiring needs look like over a multi-year period. So we envision that as the policy committee continues to explore the implementation of that direction, that the department will be developing a strategic plan around the hiring that would potentially go to personnel and this committee and ultimately be reflected in each year's budget. But it starts with an overall discussion as to what the actual service needs are and what the department intends to do. The mayor in our office has been encouraging departments as they develop these plans to think about it in a multi-year basis, not just, you know, with the expectation that overnight they're going to be able to go from 0 to 60. It's really about phasing in a restoration of services and even an expansion of services over as revenues improve.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Members, anything else on the CAO's budget? All right. Thank you very much. That brings us next to the GCP.
Morning.
Good morning.
Jennifer Lopez with the CAO's office. The General City Purposes Fund provides appropriations for special costs and or services that are not assigned to a specific department. So that includes like Medicare or member city memberships, or it's shared across various departments such as Great Streets. Many items included in the GCP highlight specific services that the city provides, such as the congregate meals for seniors and the homeless shelter program. These items are transferred directly to departments on July 1st and are notated in the GCP footnotes. The proposed budget for 16-17 is approximately $168.9 million, which reflects a 29.3% increase from the 15-16 adopted budget. Primarily, that's due to investments towards the homeless comprehensive homeless strategy and the gang injunction settlement agreement, small investments towards Medicare, which is an obligatory expense, and the family source centers. We'll welcome any questions you may have regarding the GCP.
Members? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, under the senior citizen services, which two senior sites will the congregate meal funding support?
I believe the congregate meals for seniors applies citywide, and that probably, excuse me, that actually will provide approximately 105,000 meals citywide for seniors, and the home delivered meals program will provide approximately 423,000 meals, and that's based on the estimated cost per meal, but they're still negotiating with the contractor.
Okay, and so it's not just for specific sites?
Right, it's
okay.
Citywide.
Let's see, under the family source centers, will LAUSD reimburse the city for the city's assistance in helping with the co-location of pupil services and attendance counselors at the city's family source centers?
I know that the city is providing funding. I'm not sure if it's getting reimbursed by LAUSD.
We could report back on that.
Okay. Also, the Innovation and Performance Management Unit, I wonder if we could get a report back on how this unit has performed in the last fiscal year, what departments they've worked with, and whether the city's getting a good return on its investments with that program. Also on domestic abuse response teams, who will the funding go to, and can council offices access this funding on behalf of domestic violence shelters in their districts?
I think that's administered by the mayor's office, and it's specific contracts that they have set up for the DART program. But I could let the mayor's office is here to speak on it. I'm not sure. They could report back to you on that one.
Okay. Hello, I wanted to answer the Family Source Centers contracts, the LAUSD piece. It's co-funded. The city pays $1 million, and then the school district pays $1 million. So it's already 50-50 split for those services.
Okay, so we share in the cost, which is
correct.
Probably appropriate. Let's see. Now, I know we're funding cleanup efforts around Skid Row to the tune of around $2 million of the city's side of it. Is LASA funding any of that, since this is a city-county partnership?
Are you speaking to the Operation Healthy Streets?
Yes.
Yes, this funding is actually provided to LASA. We also have funding within the Bureau of Sanitation budget. We transferred all the funding over to the Bureau to continue the program for Healthy Streets.
Does the county contribute anything to that?
I don't believe it does, but...
This particular program, it does not.
Should it?
This is a city program that was created by the city for that enhanced service around the Skid Row area, and I believe in Venice as well.
Is that something that we should be seeking some county help for as well?
We could certainly inquire. We could report back on that.
Okay, thank you. And that's all for me.
Okay. Regarding the open data and digital services, the $700,000, it's a new funding allocation, and I'm a big supporter of open data. Just wanted to understand, is this money that's intended to support the websites, the open data that we're currently doing, or is it for new anticipated open data programs?
I believe it's the increases for expenses to the Business Assistance Virtual Network and the My LA 311 application, so it's existing items for the year. It includes funding for ITA and the mayor's office in that line item.
Okay. Because I thought there was a separate line item for Bavin and those issues. Because this seems to be linked just to open data and digital services, but you're saying it goes back?
Matt Crawford for the mayor's office. The open data kind of baseline programming is included in that line item, as it was in the current year budget. The additional funding we've provided, there's some for 311 and some for Babin. We could have broken that up out in separate line items, but in this case, we just put it all together. But we do have, it's kind of three things in one basket.
Right, all are great things. For some reason, I was under the impression those were in separate items, but they're all lumped together, and that's what it is. Great, just wanted to understand it. The immigration integration, 170,000. This is new funding. Is that right?
I believe it's continued from the 15-16 budget.
Okay, so it's not a new funding.
It's not new for this year. No, it's continuing from last year.
Some of the other issues I had, we've already asked for report backs on the family source and the aging program. And then there's the homeless we were talking about. There's an additional 300,000 in the mayor's office. Is that specifically for what is that? I guess what is that specifically for?
It's for policy leadership. It's for policy leadership in the office of the mayor.
Okay. And the gang reduction was increased $300,000. Is that right?
Yes.
And last year it was a $5.5 million increase. So what is we did a big jump last year, and what is to increase the number of parks? What is the new sort of smaller increment?
The small increment, the things we're looking at expanding it this year are reentry services, a renewed focus on providing services to those coming out of our jails and prisons and reentering society. And then also a renewed focus on working with some of our clergy partners and others out in the community to kind of spot reduce hotspots of violence in the city.
Okay, so it's separate and apart than our Summer Night Lights and
yes,
those which are in the bigger baseline.
Correct. They all work together and it's all very interrelated, but yes, this particular appropriation is separate from that.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple quick questions. Mr. Koretz already asked for a report back. The mayor's office will give us on how the DART money is going to be allocated?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just a question either for the mayor's office or for Miguel. I didn't catch this the other day. Can you explain what money is being transferred from Services for Veterans, number 30, to number 27, to shelters?
Well, that's a report back we're in the middle of preparing. We could certainly, I just got a note. I could read to you the note, or we could do it during the report backs.
You're going to be doing the report back anyway?
Yeah.
You can just wait.
Okay.
And then finally, on item number 62, the West Side COG, they're in the process of reviewing raising their dues. That might go up by another $5 or $10 grand if we can get a report back on whether or not you can find another $5 or $10 grand somewhere in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, though, Mr. Santana, in follow-up to Mr. Bonner's question about the homeless veterans funding, the amounts that are contained in item 30 that are being removed are still going to be contained elsewhere in the budget. These are not being cut.
That is correct.
Correct. And the fact that they are no longer delineated as homeless veterans specific funding for shelter, is there any risk that may pose to eligibility for federal matching under the federal support for homeless veterans, or in any other way, could that be detrimental to our support for our homeless veterans?
We'll include the response as part of the overall report back.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you. Anything else, members, on GCP? Terrific. Thank you. That brings us to the unappropriated balance.
Jennifer Lopez again with the Office of CAO. The 2016-17 proposed budget for the unappropriated balance is approximately $27 million. That's a 73.9% decrease from the 15-16 adopted budget. It includes funding to cover contingencies and other requirements during the fiscal year. Any items in the UB require council and mayor approval prior to the funds being spent. We welcome any questions you may have regarding any of the items in the unappropriated balance.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield?
It's a big item, but it's fairly straightforward. So, no
Okay,
question.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, just one quick question. On item 19, there's no funding for off-site council and committee meetings. Does that mean we expect to have no off-site council or committee meetings?
Actually, we're maintaining the $50,000 for the offsite. I believe that might be a misprint in the proposed budget, in the blue book.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, that was, because it appears to have been deleted.
Right.
So,
It's on the expenditures and appropriations page in the actual proposed budget, but the actual blue book item was not. So it's in the proposed budget.
okay, very good. There's a $3.66 million inclusion in the UB for public right-of-way cleanup. And we have a number of different sort of related spending programs on this, and I've become unclear on what's going to what. So if we could just have a report back on, public right-of-way cleanup, what the expenditure plan is for that compared to healthy streets, compared to, the other programs relating to cleanup that we have here. What's the difference among them? That's all I'm looking to get. So,
got it.
Great, thank you. I think that's it. That brings us next to unless there's anything else, members on the UB? Okay, that brings us next to the reserve fund.
The 2016 proposed budget for the reserve fund, starting July 1, 2016, following all technical adjustments and reappropriations, will be $322.2 million, which is approximately 5.8% of the general fund budget of $5.56 billion. That is actually $44 million above our 5% policy. I welcome any questions you may have regarding the assumptions.
Okay, and the 5.8% is exclusive of the amount contained in the budget stabilization fund.
Yes.
As well. And
with the budget stabilization fund, we would be at 7.69%.
Okay, and that's good news. So, congratulations to all of us in getting to that point. Mr. Blumenfield, anything on the reserve?
No, there's always a tension there because we want to have this healthy reserve. It helps our credit. It helps our stability in the future. But it's always difficult to look at that because we're making tough choices, and some of that money could be used to grow, to stay within our policy, but to grow our economy and to grow our city. But I think we're keeping it at a reasonable level, so I'm not objecting to it, but it always causes me great strife when I look at that because I see money that we could potentially be using for other things.
And you're right, that has been a constant tension over the course of many years, probably always will be and always has been. I think it's also important to remember as we address that tension with our colleagues, though, that the reserve fund is inherently one-time money. And any temptation to try to fund programming out of the reserve fund must be resisted because that's exactly what has led us into the difficulty we've had over the years, spending one-time money on ongoing programming. So,
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
I know you do.
The tension is more. There's also plenty of one-time things that we could be spending on that would help us move along, but having that money is also important.
And that's true, and that's probably what we'll be looking very carefully at over the next week or so. But anyway, it's good news. We're where we need to be, record high. It was a lot of heavy lifting to get there, so thank you very much for that good news. All right, that brings us next to MICLA.
Good morning, council members. Gusto Gutierrez with the Office of the CAO.
The proposed budget for the Capital Finance Administration Fund is for $230 million. A large majority of the items within this budget are obligatory payments, meaning that they have to be made to the Municipal Improvement Corporation of Los Angeles, which is a nonprofit organization used to finance capital needs for the city. And from the 2015 to 16-17 fiscal year, it's a $5 million reduction, and this reduction came about because of final lease payments made to lease obligations to MICLA, and also as a result of interest savings from a refunding back in November. And as far as proposed MICLA financings for 16-17, the total is approximately $253.7 million. $161 million of which comes from real property projects, and $92 million which comes from capital equipment. And this represents the authority for these projects. The actual cash flow needs for 16-17, however, are for $163 million, $130 million coming from real property projects, and $33 million coming from capital equipment. And in order to meet our cash needs, we're going to increase our MICLA commercial paper program by $60 million, from $335 million to $395 million. And that should meet our cash needs.
Very good. Mr. Bonnet, I'm going to try again. I want to give you the opportunity to tee us off on one of these, so go right ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So just a couple things I'd like to see a report back on about whether or not they could qualify for any potential MICLA funding. One is Rec and Parks has a restroom project at Venice Beach, capital project, and has a funding shortfall of $750,000. Would like to know if that could qualify for MICLA. The other is the Vera Davis Center, which we've heard talk about. When the departments came earlier this year, they said they thought there could be an estimate as high as $3.5 million for ADA compliance at that building. I want to see if there's any potential that any portion of that could be contributed by MICLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
No, I don't have anything to say.
Mr. Blumenfield?
Just a question. The convention center expenditures, are they part of the post-stadium modernization plan? If these are one-off projects, should they be put on hold until the convention plan is complete? Or more generally, how do they fit in with the bigger issues on the convention, and just making sure we're smart about spending money that we might end up
Natalie Brosiero's office. The council approved a $110 million commercial paper program for the convention center to do one-off projects. So these are one-off projects. These are projects that are in the second or third phase that were approved in 14-15. We did work in 15-16. So these are one-off.
In terms of the modernization, is there any duplication there, or?
No.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
The $60 million that's designated for Taylor Yards, can you talk a bit about what the status is of the negotiations with UP? And my particular concern there is issues relating to the contamination of the soil and the groundwater there, and how that impacts on the long-term cost obligations that we may be taking on with this.
Good morning, Josh Romer with the CAO. The $60 million in the budget notated for Taylor Yard is, at this current point, the negotiated purchase price between the City of Los Angeles and Union Pacific Railroad. That, regarding potential contamination, that purchase price actually sets aside $15 million to put in an escrow to help pay for the required remediation that's on the site. Currently, the site has a remedial action plan with an estimated cleanup price of $15 million. So the city will be setting that amount aside in escrow through the acquisition of the property.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add, The item still hasn't been presented to your full council. I understand that it'll be in the next several weeks. There'll be a discussion, most likely in closed session, due to the fact that it involves negotiations on property. The $60 million is the envelope in which we think will cover the full cost, but the negotiations are not 100% completed at this point.
Okay. It's obviously a very significant item to be included in the MICLA budget right now. So after it's considered by council, as council weighs in on this, I assume that we would have free reign to be able to readjust this as need be in the FSR or otherwise once the council's actually had the opportunity to consider the policy implications and so forth.
What's before you is the initial step. Ultimately, if your council decides to move forward with the purchase of the property, we would have to come back for formal authorization. But what this does is sets sort of the budget aside in relation to the overall MICLA plan, but it doesn't authorize proceeding forward until there's a secondary action that takes place by your council. Okay. So there wouldn't be a need to adjust it in the FSR because this is the first tentative approval. There's a second action that formally authorizes us to issue the credit.
Okay.
In the past, your council has requested that all MICLA funding come back for reapproval. So the entire $253 million that's currently being recommended would come back to you as the projects are ready to go.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Yeah, Mr. Blumenfield.
Just how does the state funding fit into that in terms of our numbers and the amount that we're anticipating?
You want to go ahead and answer, Barbara?
Hi, Barbara Mayor City Services. And the way the state funding would play out is $20 million have been included for acquisition in the state budgets, in the last year's state budget. $5 million have been earmarked for the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy for interim uses. And then we are working with the Coastal Conservancy for $2 million for planning if and when the city decides to purchase it, to do planning to open up the remedial action plan to really figure out what is it going to take to clean it up. But the range, we do have a range of what it would entail for cleanup at this point.
But that doesn't, the acquisition, the 20 in acquisition doesn't discount our 60.
It could, it would. 20 million would go back into pay back 20 million of our purchase price. So, yes. So ultimately, right now, our 40 million would be city and 20 million would be from the state.
Okay. So even though we have to, for acquisition purposes, we have to put in 60 into our MICLA.
Exactly.
We need to look at that as, we're getting one for every $2 we put in of reduced leverage that we're going to get back. Is that right? So
that is the intent.
The goal is to make sure that we get reimbursed from the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, who is receiving the state appropriation. And so from that would help reimburse whatever costs we incur through MICLA.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons we recommended commercial paper, so we can just pay off the debt as we get reimbursed.
Okay, great. Well, and obviously this is something that's going to come through, and we'll all get a chance to look at that whole agreement as it moves forward.
We'll certainly want to be looking with very close scrutiny at the long-term cost implications of buying any real property that has environmental contamination, because you're always buying a pig in a poke, and it's always more expensive than you think it's going to be, always, by many multiples. And so I have strong concerns about what we're going to take on if we move forward with this purchase, and those concerns will be dealt with when we bring it back and have further discussion. So anything else on this, members? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. That brings us next to CIEP.
Mr. Chair, before we move on to CIP,
Yes.
I do want to make a correction from the discussion over the unappropriated balance. We'll be reporting back on the $50,000 that was not actually in the budget for the off-site meetings. We'll we'll provide a budget impact memo on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I had gathered that it was inadvertent, but it would be corrected. So, yes, you're right. We'll need a budget report back for that. Thank you. Okay, CIEP.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning.
Yeah. So the CIEP, the Capital Improvement Expenditure Program. Oh, Raul Mendoza, sorry, from the Office of the CAO. The Capital Improvement Expenditure Program includes construction of infrastructure improvements, ongoing maintenance items, so in municipal facilities, with the buildings, building maintenance, from the physical plant side, maintenance items such as tunnel maintenance, bridge and tunnel maintenance. The 2016-17 CIEP program has a budget of $279 million, which is within about 1% of where we were at last year. And in programming these funds for 16-17, the focus was on the highest priorities, safety-related projects, legally mandated projects, among others. So these projects are categorized into three broad areas. Municipal facilities, like I mentioned, those are your improvements at city-owned facilities, municipal buildings, parks, fire stations, yards and shops, and those are financed by a combination of general fund and special funds, about $15 million this year, in addition to the $160 million in MICLA funding for municipal facilities projects. On the physical plant side, that's your street and stormwater related projects this year, and street lighting as well. This year, that budget is about $15 million, and those are funded by a variety of special funds in addition to general fund, gas tax, stormwater pollution abatement, local transportation fund. And then finally, capping it off is the Clean Water Program. It's about $245 million this year, and those are your wastewater facility improvements, mainline sewer repairs and upgrades. And then lastly, before I turn it back over to you for questions, this year's CIEP budget exceeds our 1% infrastructure policy. So this year we're budgeting about $89 million in general fund for capital, which is about 1.6% of general fund revenue.
More very good news. We're getting away from the time when we were eating our seed corn and starting to invest in the future again, so that's good. I wanted to ask you about the collection system settlement agreement that's referenced in page 807. Can you give us a little bit of a background on the CSSA and what are some of the lessons learned from that we might be able to take advantage of to avoid future potential liabilities? Or do we need somebody from sanitation for that?
Yeah, I believe sanitation.
Okay. As if on cue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Lisa Mowry, Sanitation Chief Financial Officer. I'm very happy to report we've successfully completed our collection system settlement agreement, which was a 10-year program that required us to do a variety of upgrades to our system related to the inspection, maintenance, and capital infrastructure investment for our collection system. As far as the lessons learned, I'm also happy to report that for the first time in over 30 years, the wastewater program is not under any sort of settlement agreement, consent decree, cease and desist order. So it's one of the things that occurred that contributed to this was we were under a consent decree for our Hyperion treatment plant. And we were focusing a lot of attention there, a lot of resources there. And so the collection system was a bit on the back burner. And unfortunately, that lack of investment led to the settlement agreement. So the big lesson learned for us is to make sure we're watching all portions of our program. We're investing in all of them equally. We don't allow a regulatory initiative or some sort of legal initiative to take all of our resources to one side of the system while the other side suffers.
Okay. Does the flood control catch basin cleaning relate to our compliance with that in some way? Because there was a discussion earlier when we had the coalition up here about reduction in the number of hours being spent on flood control, catch basin cleaning. So how do those things interrelate?
The flood control side of things is a separate program. And it can be very confusing because in many instances it's called the storm sewer as opposed to a storm drain, to be differentiated from our sanitary sewer system, which handles the wastewater. So those are two separate issues.
I know the difference of those two things, but they both end up with outflow into the ocean. So are we, do the two interrelate in terms of our compliance with clean water standards in the ocean discharge?
Mm-hmm. They both relate. The collection system settlement agreement was more narrowly focused on the sanitary system, whereas items related to our catch basin system does tie in with our MS4 permit compliance.
Okay. All right, very good. Anything else, members, on CIP? Mr. Blumenfield.
A small thing, just to understand it better. On page 824, there shows a 30% decrease in funding for unspecified bikeways and pedestrian improvements. And just trying to square that, I'm sure there's a good reason, but with the implementing our Vision Zero, mobility, it could be grants. I don't know what the answer is, but I wanted to see if there was a good reason.
I think that's something we'll have to report back to you on the reasons for that.
Okay, great. Ask for a report back then. Thank you.
Anything else, members? All right, very good. That brings us then next to the TRAN.
Good morning. This is Ha To from the CEO office. This is the Tax and Revenue Anticipation Notes Debt Service Fund. This fund represents the principal and interest payments for the prepayment of the 2 pension contributions and for the cash flow portion needed for controllers' cash management, which is $400 million. There is an increase about 1.6% from this year's proposed 2016-17 budget from the adopted 2015-16 budget. That's primarily driven by the increase in the LACER's contribution. By making the contribution payment in July versus making it on a biweekly basis, the city receives a discount amount of about $36.6 million. That's actual hard cash dollars saved. In issuing the TRAN to make this payment, we have a net savings of about $22.2 million. So this is very advantageous for the city to save money by issuing short-term debt.
Okay, thank you. I think thanks for that brief reminder, because I think a lot of people wonder, why is the city borrowing all this money? And the answer is because we're making money by doing it. There's a substantial savings because of the prepayment into the pension obligations. But that being said, the TRAN amount is, has increased over the year and over the years. And I'm wondering if there's some formula by which we or have we analyzed over the long term whether the slope of the savings that we get from prepayment is at least keeping up with the slope of the increase in the cost of the TRAN.
Since we have a chart here in front of me, and I show the savings from 2009 to savings to 2015, and we have increasingly had net savings. It was from $20 million to $20 million in 2009, and in 2015 it was close to $36 million.
Great. So I guess to put it simply, the cost increases for the pension obligations for health care and otherwise are going up at a pace more rapid than the cost of the borrowing for the TRAN. So each year, although we have more cost, we're actually saving more each year. Is that right?
Yeah, as interest rates go up, that savings will probably go down. Because interest rates have been so low, the savings for the city have been substantial. So every year we do the analysis on interest rate versus what it costs to do the TRAN.
Great. Now, I think I caught you say it, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. The retirement funds and the controller's cash flow needs come to about $1.1 billion, as indicated in the proposed budget, but Exhibit H requests authority to issue up to $1.5 billion. So that what's that extra $400 million in available credit for?
That's just in case of any market disruption, and if rates go up, that we have that authority to issue.
Yeah, the authority to issue is $1.5 billion, right?
Right.
So we're issuing the cash flow, the actual $400 million for the controller, but the $400 million is true cash flow, meaning it's not an expenditure like the payment is to Lacers and the pension fund.
Right.
So in the debt service fund, the only thing we show is the interest. We don't show the $400 million. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, because the $400 million is, so as tax revenue comes in the second half of the year, when we get all of our property tax and sales tax, that money gets set aside to pay the debt service of $1.5 billion. But the interest that we only show the interest.
Okay.
If not, it's double counting.
I see. Okay. All right. Anything else, members, on the TRAN? All right.
Any other ways we can do this kind of thing to make money out of thin air is a great way to do it.
No, the federal government kind of looks down on that.
Yeah.
So.
But if we can borrow, that's great.
All right. Thank you. That brings us next and finally for this section to Exhibit H.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Maria Gutierrez with the City Administrative Officer. Before you is Exhibit H. These are various items inclusive of ordinances that are required to implement the budget. In some cases, there are administrative actions. There are also recommendations for various report backs on different items. We can go through these individually, or if you have any specific questions, we can cover those too.
No, let's not. I think we'll just we'll go straight to questions. Thank you for the offer, but let's go straight to questions that members may have. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Kretz.
Okay. I know we had an issue with transferring the responsibilities of the petroleum administrator from the CAO to the Board of Public Works, and dividing that up into two different positions. Is this an appropriate spot to discuss that?
Well, there's been a report submitted by the CLA in our office that discusses that matter. This doesn't authorize it. It asks us to report back on it. So the decision to move the position will be based on what action your council takes on the separate report back that we issued.
Okay, and there was a report back on modernizing the city's business license structure to appropriately incorporate all elements of the sharing economy. Do we know what exactly we're asking the Office of Finance to do? It's kind of nebulous, especially since we're prohibited from regulating ride-sharing services. What are we asking to do?
So at the onset, during the revenue discussion and when the Department of Finance was here, we talked about the fact that we're meeting with them to ensure that the public is aware that when they participate in the sharing economy, that they're still responsible for paying their TOT. They're also responsible for registering as a business through our business license process if they receive revenues exceeding $20,000. So what this item does is has us report back on how to make sure that we're informing appropriately the community about what their responsibilities are, regardless of the status of the actual policy that is still before your council.
And with the Airbnb and the transit occupancy tax, are we putting the cart before the horse because we haven't really come up with a policy yet?
Well, it's currently their responsibility, even without a policy, to pay a TOT tax. We already receive about $1.5 million of revenue from Airbnb and similar types of businesses. The department believes that that could be a significantly higher number if we do a better job of informing the public that they have this responsibility and make it easier for them to participate in making those payments. So regardless of the status of the policy, it is currently the law that anyone who provides this opportunity for people to stay at their homes have to pay it.
So it's not assuming that we won't rein that in to some degree, but right now everybody that's doing it owes that money regardless.
That's correct.
So it may be reduced, and hopefully from my point of view will be in future times, but right now as broadly as it's being done, every single one of those rentals owes that money.
That's right, and there are currently people who are paying it.
And maybe some of those folks will be people that we will probably tighten up and not allow, but some of them aren't, and obviously there's a large number that aren't paying their TOT.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield? A couple of minor issues or issues, but small comments. Regarding the building and safety, and as we're trying to streamline the lien process, it's one of the issues in measuration. I just want to make sure that as we do that, we make sure that we keep in place some council way to waive liens in extenuating circumstances. You know, we had, and this has come up, we had someone who had Alzheimer's, and then his wife had to take over the lien, and some very heartbreaking cases where we want to make sure that we still have the ability to handle those, even though I agree with the general concept that we shouldn't have to have all of them coming to council all the time. So I just want to make a note for the record that we need to include that kind of off-ramp in the policy that's developed. Regarding, there's a report back from the ITA on the city's wireless spectrum, and I just want to make sure when that does come that that's referred to IGTCT, because I want to look at that one a little more carefully when it comes out. I don't want to slow anything down on that, but I just want to make sure that we have a chance to look at it in committee. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one thing. Item 25 asks LAPD to work on a couple MOUs, and I wanted to suggest or see if we can add asking them to work on another one. I know there have been conversations about an MOU between LAPD, LASA, and LA Sanitation for proper implementation of 5611. That hasn't completely come to fruition, so I'd like to see if we can add that instruction.
Okay.
All right. Anything else, members? So Exhibit H, of course, is an exhibit to the budget document, and yet it's become traditional, I think, to include a lot of policy discussion in Exhibit H. So although we've gotten away from that, I will say it's a lot less than it used to be. That being said, I would like to ask that the CLA take a look at all of the issues in Exhibit H and reconcile these recommendations with actions that are currently pending in council so that we can appropriately refer these instructions as need be to council committees and possibly remove them as appropriate from the budget document. So as we traditionally do each year. So I'd like to make that request. Is there anything else, members, on Exhibit H? All right. Then that concludes our matters within the CAO's oversight. What we have remaining for the day before us still is a report by the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. It is now noon. Did we, Mr. Hale, did we set their return time for as I requested? Very good. Then we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch at this point, and we'll come back at 1:30 to hear from the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. So thank you all very much. Until 1:30, we are in recess.
Wow, an hour and a half.
And welcome back to this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee in consideration of the Mayor's draft proposed budget for 2016-2017. I've received a number of cards, and there's a group, all of whom seem to be here to speak about the river. I need to say that I have said every day during budget hearings that we'll take public comment at the beginning of the meeting and not throughout the day. And I know that the organizers on the river were informed of that. But that being said, I will exercise my discretion to take 15 minutes of comment now. Unfortunately, we have our Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates who are scheduled to appear and give their presentation right now after lunch. But I'm going to, given the importance of the issue and the fact that there's so many people here, I'm going to take 15 minutes. So let's try to keep it to 1 minute per speaker. So that we can get through as many of these cards as we can. And I'm going to start with Council Member Emeritus Ed Reyes, who will be followed. And where better to start, really, in talking about the river? And Council Member Reyes will be followed by Omar Bronson, followed by Jill Sorial.
Thank you, Chairman.
It's a pleasure.
I want to thank council members for their attention and their support in this process, and all the stakeholders that are in this chamber to demonstrate their concern and their love for this tremendous opportunity to create change for the region. My former colleagues, I could share with you that back in 2001, we had an unfunded mandate, total maximum daily loads, TMDLs. These were chemical contaminants, a range of substances that the federal government requires municipalities to address before it hits the ocean. That was the genesis of my work in addressing what the city needed to do to meet those unfunded mandates. Along with that, we had a tremendous opportunity to demonstrate this multiplier effect by pushing 3-4 different uses on one site, using ecosystems, natural habitats as the base. G2 is one parcel that has one of the largest area with the most tremendous capacity on a system-wide basis to look at how we can control the hydrology, control the flow of the water so that we could begin to look at nurturing water bodies that complement the ecosystems, and more importantly, we create refreshing destinations for this city that is under tremendous pressure. This particular site has that role. It's the heart of the body. The spine is there, but it's dying. The body is dying because it needs nurturing, it needs water. We know what that means for the whole region. This is one of those opportunities where we can look to our grandchildren and say, we took that step. We took that step to look at this particular location to stimulate the type of environment that was going to have this economic development multiplier effect. It was going to have the stimulation of natural habitats and ecosystems, and much more importantly, address whole corridors throughout the city that have been traditionally neglected. We can look at post-World War II zoning patterns that are outdated. We've created through the Cornfield Rural Specific Plan a whole series of zones that speak to how you capture the water. G2 has the ability to do that, rejuvenate the aquifer, but more importantly, looking at gray water and nurturing and sending water back into our neighborhoods to nourish commercial corridors, areas that are outdated, uses that are nothing but cement and asphalt, and to provide water to green these corridors. This is what we have in front of us, and I'm hoping that you could see the value, the dollar value of that. This dollar amount I know seems like a lot at this moment, but I can guarantee you that the multiplier effect, not only in construction and jobs, but in healing this earth and how we look at the water and how we redistribute it through the infrastructural changes that you are now contemplating, that Mayor Garcetti has spoken to, that you, the council, have adopted over the years through the River Master Plan, have this potential. So I stand here humbly before you, dedicated 10 years of committee work to establish the type of principles and policies that can create a foundation for what you see now. We created the Alley River Corporation. We funded that Alley River Corporation. We put in our resources through the Department of Engineering, through Public Works, through the CRA when it existed, to create that anchor. We worked with Lewis McAdams and the Friends of the Alley River to put forth the arts and the culture and all that which is about the heart and the soul of what our communities want and desire. And as you look at the overlay of work that's occurring now regionally south of us, the Los Angeles County sees it, they get it. And now with the Park Needs Assessment Program, there's a whole other series of overlays of potential resources that can be leveraged with this site. So I'll stop here. I thank you for your attention. And I'm hoping that you could see that the valley will have a tremendous opportunity if we can slow the water down. It's one of the quickest rivers in the country, second to Mississippi. It's designed to get the water out into the ocean. If we can pause it, contain it, create these water bodies, it will refreshen the valley as well. It is a systems issue, and G2 is the heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. And Mr. Reyes, I just got to say, as long as you're here, I just got to say, people have been talking about bringing the river back to life for decades. I remember hearing about it when I was in the state legislature, and I think a lot of people didn't see it as realistic. And there's probably no person more than you responsible for taking that vision and making it a reality and making it realistic. So I really want to congratulate you on a real legacy of a career. So congratulations to you.
Thank you, Councilor Krikorian. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
I want to bring up next Omar Bronson, followed by Jill Sorial, followed by Jennifer Sampson.
Good afternoon. Omar Brownson, Executive Director of River LA. We were created by the City of Los Angeles to work across the public, private, and philanthropic sectors as part of the city's master plan in 2007. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, we broke ground on 3 parklets, raising over $1 million from Disney to build access to the river through 3 parklets. I want to say, 1, we support the funding for the river-related projects, but 2, more specifically related to the Lacrette's Crossing. This was a project identified in the city's own master plan. We've raised more than $9 million from the county, the state, $3.6 million from ATP, the Active Transportation Funds, and over $4.5 million in private philanthropy. This is a fully entitled project that is ready to break ground this year, so the city has a chance to invest $1 million to leverage over $9 million in public and private philanthropic resources outside of the city's own coffers. And in these times where it is so hard to invest in our public infrastructure, this is a great opportunity to show a new path forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, and just come on up and be ready. Next speaker is Jill Sorial, followed by Jennifer Sampson, followed by Dr. Christopher Solik.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Jill Soriel. I'm the Urban Conservation Director for the Nature Conservancy. And I'm here today because almost a decade ago, the City of Los Angeles invested $3 million to develop the Los Angeles River Revitalization Master Plan. And we heard overwhelmingly from communities throughout the region that they wanted a comprehensive vision for environmental, social, and economic revitalization of the river. And this vision has been successfully achieved in terms of the planning framework, but we also heard that we did not want a plan that would just sit on a shelf. And so you have the opportunity today to really make sure that this plan does not sit on a shelf and comes to life in a very real way. I think it's an exciting time, and the G2 parcel in particular really has the ability to transform the region. Using green infrastructure, the Nature Conservancy nationally is developing a program, and I think are looking to Los Angeles to see where we can invest our dollars. So I'd urge you today to vote in favor of the funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jennifer Sampson, followed by Dr. Christopher Solik.
Hi, Jennifer Sampson, Director of Real Estate for River LA. Just to echo Omar's points here, generally to support river-related funding, but specifically for the Lacretz Crossing. It is a project in the LA River Master Plan. It will allow safer crossings from Atwater Village across to Griffith Park for the existing community that currently crosses in the river, sometimes unsafely. It will benefit the LAPD mounted police and allow them to cross and patrol more easily. It is fully designed, entitled, and permitted, and intended to be handed over to the city for construction to begin in 2016. Without this funding, the project cannot go forward. Without this funding, we would have to go back to the drawing board and potentially go through environmental review all over again. However, the donor of the private funds has made it very clear that he needs to see it done in his lifetime, and the city has the option to move forward to use these funds.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Christopher Solik, followed by Lisa Sogor.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Solik, the Programs Director for the Council for Watershed Health. We're a nonprofit based in LA, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board and the staff of the Council for Watershed Health in support of the mayor's proposed budget allowing the purchase of the G2 parcel in the Taylor Yard. The Council for Watershed Health envisions a more sustainable environment for urban LA, and this includes improving water quality and additional open space, which this parcel will provide for all residents of our region. Specifically, the Council manages a water quality monitoring program for the City of LA through an MOU, and we're all focused on water quality of the river. The addition of this parcel provides numerous opportunities to not only increase water infiltration for the river, but improve water quality entering the river. So we see it as very important. And we also see great opportunities to leverage existing funding and resources and novel partnerships to come of this for all the work that's going on in the LA River. We therefore support the mayor's budget and the addition of the parcel. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Lisa Sogor, followed by Jeff Maloney.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Lisa Sogor. I'm with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, and I'm here on support of all the river projects, particularly Caballero Creek, which is a project that the MRCA is going to be working on, and for the G2 parcel. We have been creating and managing projects in the Elysian Valley for over 20 years, and this piece is a unique opportunity to secure for public use on into the future a tremendous parcel in an area where we already have MRCA development, state parks development, and the ability to provide public access, to provide incredible habitat benefit is not something to be missed. And I think we've seen a tremendous amount of development happening by private individuals that takes the land out of public ownership. This is a unique opportunity, and I think we can't be scared off of the potential cleanup costs. So I urge you to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Maloney, followed by Fernando Gomez.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Maloney. I'm Chief Staff Counsel for the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. We support the inclusion of funding for the acquisition of the G2 project. This is a visionary project and proposal that has the potential to be transformational for the region and for the city. It'll take a lot of people and a lot of entities moving in the same direction, all pulling in the same direction, but it's feasible, and it's the kind of project that we can't afford not to do at this juncture. On behalf of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, a state agency, I say that we're willing to do our part. We're willing and ready to go when the city is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fernando Gomez, followed by Tori Kujer. Is it? Sorry if I mispronounced that. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. Fernando Gomez, Chief Ranger with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. We're very big supporters of this program going forward. One of the things that we have been tasked with is to open and manage recreation along the Ala River, both from the city who's appointed us, and we manage stuff up in the items out in the Sepulveda Basin. The value that we see that when we educate young folks and take a respect, it opens up an eye for them to see the value of conserving water, of no more throwing trash, even just on their gutters for the local communities, because where does it end up in the river, especially when they're out there kayaking or looking at birds or they're actually fishing. So we see the value in this, and I believe that everyone that's here present sees that value, and I hope that you guys continue to see the value that, again, you've put upon the MRCA to continue to manage, and we want to continue to be that go-to agency who continues to manage the recreation zones for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Tori, sorry if I messed up that last name.
No, that's great. It's a hard name. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you so much for having here. My name is Tori Chair. I'm Los Angeles Program Director for the Trust for Public Land, and we've been working on river and river projects for about 20 years. We're here to encourage you to consider allocating the resources needed to acquire the G2 parcel. As you know, the revitalization plan identified a number of projects throughout the city of Los Angeles. Now we're in a place where we need to actually implement those projects so we can complete the revitalization plan. Nonprofits and other organizations like ours have been putting resources towards implementing projects, but we really need a significant investment from the city if we want to move towards even making a portion of the plan real. We also know that the Arbor study that was put forth by the Army Corps of Engineers with significant support from the city really is key, and this project falls right smack dab in the middle of the Arbor study. And as many of our partners have mentioned, it includes stormwater capture and essential park access for Cypress Park and Eastside communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Pauline Louie, followed by Joe Edmiston.
Good afternoon, and thank you, members of the committee and Chairman. My name is Pauline Louie with the Urban Waters Federal Partnership, and I represent 14 federal agencies and cabinet-level departments that have been supporting and funding over several $1 million worth of projects along the LA River now. We've been together since 2010. We're really excited for today and about the $60 million proposal for the G2 parcel. It's a bold step that really helps us, helps you help us, and vice versa. Thank you for considering this very carefully. It is not a small chunk of change here, but it really leverages the many hundreds of millions of dollars that we are asking Congress for right now. It's a time of uncertainty for the federal government, but this bold step really places a stake in the ground and makes the city of LA very convincing to the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe Edmiston, followed by Anna Straub.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. Joseph Edmiston, Executive Director of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. Mr. Chairman, I recall in a previous incarnation of yours, we buzzed the Los Angeles River on a helicopter some years ago. And I also remember there was some contentious last-minute negotiations on what became Proposition 84, I think it was, and you pulled me into your office, and I put me up against the wall. It was
metaphorically.
And said, what's in it for the Los Angeles River? And it turned out that there was a significant portion, and we're very happy that a portion of that money, $5 million of Prop 84, has been allocated by the legislature for the G2 property, for the Taylor Yard property. In addition, $20 million, and I'm most proud of this, and Mr. Blumenfield was working with us when he was headquartered way over out there in Malibu to get Proposition 50 dollars. So there's $20 million of Proposition 50, $25 million of state money to leverage the significant effort the city of Los Angeles is doing for the G2 property. And I know that's going to come back before you later on when the purchase and sale agreement is before you and when the MICLA funding is. I'm happy to answer any questions now, though, if you have any.
Thank you very much. I think we are. Any members? I assume no questions at this time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Straub, followed by Miguel Luna, followed by Louis McAdams.
Good afternoon. Anna Straube with the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. As Lisa mentioned, we have been working to revitalize the Los Angeles River and its surrounding communities for over the past 20 years. For the past few years, we've been working in partnership with the City of Los Angeles staff, Rec and Parks, Bureau of Sanitation, to transform, to design an underutilized 1.5-acre parcel that is located at the confluence of the LA River and Caballero Creek. It is owned by the City of Los Angeles, and the site has great potential to provide significant stormwater treatment to help with the city's TMDL requirements and also to clean the river. And also it has potential to provide other multiple benefits throughout Los Angeles and its local communities. So we support this motion because we are thrilled that this will help leverage existing funds that are in place along the river and allow the public to benefit from the opportunity for more park space in Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Miguel Luna, followed by Louis McAdams.
Thank you for not calling me before Louis McAdams. My name is Miguel Luna, Executive Director of Urban Semillas. We were part of the team that worked on the Revitalization Master Plan. And we did a lot of the community organizing. And I have to tell you a couple of things. One is that when we talk about recreation as an amenity, it shouldn't, because in the communities that are around Taylor Yard and the G2 parcel, it's a necessity. And so the voices spoke when we did the master planning, the voices of the community, your constituents. We have an opportunity here to not only strengthen the biodiversity, but to strengthen the trust that the people have in the city as a whole, that all of us care about all the people. This is an area that can bring a lot of respite for the communities around there that so much needs it. It's a place that will allow people to catch up with their souls. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And it's appropriate that we began this discussion with the legendary Ed Reyes, and we're going to conclude this discussion with the legendary Louis McAdams. Mr. McAdams, welcome. And
thanks very much. I'm President of Friends of the Los Angeles River.
He'll be up in a second.
I hope other people can hear me. I feel like Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Would it be easier to have a handheld?
I come up and I can do this.
Okay.
He's almost there.
Okay.
And we also submitted a letter. It should be in front of you right now.
And it is. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Louis McAdams, Friends of the Los Angeles River President. And some days I feel more like Franklin D. Roosevelt on a good day. And today is one of those days where I get the opportunity to talk about the Los Angeles River. Last Saturday, we concluded the annual LA River cleanup in which 11,000 people came to over 3 weekends to clean garbage out of the LA River. It's a new record for us by a long shot, and we did it because we are a very good organization and are able to articulate the hungers and needs and excitement of the people of Los Angeles at the opportunity we have to bring the river back to life. We put it on our website today. We announced 260 people had signed up just since this morning in favor of what we're talking about today. I want to just say that I have worked with many of the people in this room. We've all worked towards the common cause of the greatest number, and we want to continue down that path and urge you to support this project with as much heart and soul as the people I see looking around this room. We've all been at it for a long time. We've got a long time to go, but we're going to have fun on the route. Thank you very much and look forward to your vote.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for coming down this afternoon. Ms. Job, I did receive your card, but since you had spoken earlier today, we only hear speakers one time per day. So sorry about that. So thank you all very much for coming down. Appreciate it. That brings us, members, to the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates presentation. So I'd like the budget advocates to make your way up to the front table, please. And members, as they're getting settled in, you have before you a new list of committee questions. This is time-stamped today at 1:22 at the bottom. So when the budget advocates have concluded, we'll go ahead and approve that as well with any changes or additions that you'd like to make. So please have a look at that so that we can vote on that at the end of the hearing today. Good afternoon. Welcome, and thank you for your patience. Sorry to have kept you waiting for that kind of a special circumstance, so I apologize. But it's a pleasure to have you back here again. One of the, I think, helpful changes that we made in the Budget Committee over the last few years was directly engaging our neighborhood council budget advocates as full participants in the Budget and Finance Committee's hearing. That had not previously been done, and I'm pleased that now for I think this is the 5th time running that we've had the budget advocates before the committee. So pleased to welcome you back.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's been great working with Budget and Finance. It's actually created a partnership with the neighborhood councils, the city council, Budget and Finance, and also all the Angelenos. Because when you look at, we've had 22 recommendations that the budget advocates have made for over $100 million of savings to the city to be able to use in other areas of the city budget. And with that said, though, I'd like to start introducing everybody here. We'll go with that, and then we'll start. Nelson, why don't you start? Speaking to the mic, sir.
Everybody needs to pull the mic right up.
Budget advocate.
Yeah, they don't hear you in the valley if you yell.
Danielle Sandoval, Central San Pedro Neighborhood Council.
John Lieberman, South Robertson Neighborhoods Council.
Liz Amsden, Historic Highland Park Neighborhood Council and co-chair of the Budget Advocates.
And I'm Terrence Gomes from South Robertson Neighborhoods Council and also the co-chair of the Budget Advocates.
Barbara Ringette, Silver Lake Neighborhood Council.
Yes, and I'm Howard Catcham, Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council, also the Budget Advocates Treasurer.
Great. Well, I'd like to start with Liz Amsden to start out as co-chair with.
Yes. I trust that all of you have had a chance to read our white paper. In it, we begin, Mayor Garcetti talked about building trust in City Hall when he spoke at the Congress of Neighborhood Councils in September of 2015. He talked about back to the basics and the need to utilize performance-based budgeting and embrace modern technology. These are commendable goals, but this is not the first year he's expressed them. The lack of improvement, the failure of the city to make a quantum leap into the 21st century is due to incompetence. We think not. More natural fear of the unknown by departments, by the unions, by peoples the mayor hoped would embrace his vision. The ossification, perhaps, of bureaucracy, the lack of understanding of the benefits the mayor's future promises. We need to set goals as defined by the city stakeholders and tailor the budget to fulfill them. Restructuring departments is needed. And it's been all too comfortable to adjust numbers rather than make real change. Cut 5% here instead of finding real solutions, however painful they may be at first. I've been asked why there are not as many numbers in the white paper this year. White talks about policy issues when we are the budget advocates, and the answer is simple. We need the policy to direct the budget choices, and despite the rhetoric, the results aren't improving. Our recommendations this year, long-range planning, especially with regards to infrastructure by budgeting today for tomorrow, making plans for 5 and 50 years into the future, not just 12 months from now. Solutions to not policing of homelessness, a proactive approach to education to build a trained workforce and attract quality businesses, a more realistic approach to the city's transportation problems. We have to have comprehensive public transportation for everyone, adapted to every neighborhood's needs. A conscious move across all departments to make the city both sustainable and resilient, structurally with self-produced energy, medical response systems, food and water, and financially to the extent of in the event of a natural and man-made disaster. And transparency to promote public input and involvement so stakeholders can trust the city is spending our money well. What we'd hoped to see in the budget, what we didn't see. You can read the details in our white paper, but we know that there's some great starts. The fire department's CERT programs, Map Your Neighborhood program. The sanitation has lists of water conservation projects they'd start if they have the money. To rebuild neighborhoods' trust, the city first needs to immediately establish the 2020 Commission's Office of Transparency and Accountability to oversee the city's budget and finances, to which everyone from the lowliest clerk to the city council members are truly accountable. I read the following in Ghetto Side, LA Times writer Jill Leovi's book on crime in South Central, but applies to city contractors, the IRS scofflaws, to you and to me. It's not the harshness of punishment, but its swiftness and certainty that deters crime. To stabilize its budget, the city needs to address the pension issue head-on to ultimately resolve the chronic underfunding of pensions and provide for their oversight for years to come. Labor requirements and needs have morphed significantly over passing decades, and the city needs to create a balance where the unions remain as advocates for the workforce, but in a way that reflects 2020, not 1920, and is sustainable for our budget. How will we make Los Angeles sustainable? Not only financially. How can we make our city resilient, ensuring its survival in an emergency or natural disaster without having to be dependent on outside resources, specifically with regards to energy, infrastructure, medical, water, and food? To have the support of the people, to have the support of the neighborhoods and the stakeholders, the city must embrace accountability to its stakeholders so we can move forward together. But perhaps the city is not listening to the neighborhoods, and that's why the neighborhood initiative might pass, why raising taxes may not happen in November unless we act now and act fast. Long-range planning, infrastructure, the homeless, education, transportation, sustainability and resilience, transparency. These are the issues you need to consider as you look at the individual budgets this year. And now there are more specifics for my fellow budget advocates.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Oh, there it goes. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you, Liz. Danielle Sandoval from Central San Pedro. No, no. Okay, they changed the list. Okay.
Good afternoon. I actually met with many city departments and wrote many of the reports that are attached to our white paper. So I have about one comment apiece from each of those reports, or one recommendation. Starting with city clerk. We concur with the city clerk's request to use Piper Tech for storage. This will save $500,000 in annual storage fees. The funds spent for new rack configuration and equipment represent a good investment for the city. Housing. Many believe most density bonus programs actually do more harm to the character of our neighborhoods than represent an investment expanding additional affordable housing. We hear that covenants are not enforced, that there is no effective enforcement arm. We ask for a study as to the cost benefit of such programs, as well as the initiation of an effective enforcement arm. Also, we would like a study as to how to increase the number of rent-controlled units. This is all important to those who need affordable housing. Building and safety. As a part of that same concern, going to the head of the line at building and safety should be restricted to those projects that provide the largest percentage of affordable units, 100% affordable, or at least 50% at a minimum, to those, and to consider only those projects that have actually delivered on their covenants to provide affordable units. Community plans. 10 years for more certainty regarding new construction is excessive. Many neighborhoods will be totally changed before a new community plan is actually in place. We ask for a further study to speed up the process. And we ask for staffing to expedite the processing of HPOZs for the very same reason. If we don't have the HPOZs in place, many of our historic structures will be gone. Homelessness. We need additional housing resources more quickly, which when the homeless are actually housed would have the added advantage of LAPD resources being redirected to address additional quality of life issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Now we'll go with Danielle Sandoval to expand upon the homelessness.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you, and I was very excited to see that the domestic violence shelters were going to receive their funds back, because that was actually a really great concern in our area as well as throughout the city. And we're also in support of giving more money towards single homeless adults, because on Friday, I believe that Lhasa said that there was more funds for the county for the families, so we're happy to see that as well, and in support of rapid rehousing. One of the concerns is that more money needs to be put into mental health and doing outreach for that. In our area, in central San Pedro, we have a high number of homeless that are mentally ill, and it's spilling over into our parks, it's spilling over into our neighborhoods. Defecation. They're having sex intercourse in our public parks. It's growing. We primarily on Beacon Street, which is now called the Mini Skid Row. And right now we're going through the redevelopment of Portugal, and that's going to have a big effect on tourism once we have Portugal developed and redeveloped. And we would like to see more support in more money going into outreach for mental health. And also on Friday during the hearings, I was surprised to hear that there is a pilot program in transforming a cargo container into housing. When tiny houses came to San Pedro, that put us on the map. That's where it started. We really encourage that there is more transparency if this is to move forward, and that you give the stakeholders the opportunity to provide feedback. I know there's other regions that are in support of tiny homes and but every region is different. And to please give the opportunity to the stakeholders to provide feedback before you actually move forward with any plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Nelson Castillo.
If I could just break in just for a minute, because I want to make sure that you all understand that the reports that we've requested back in this committee are not committee actions yet. So we've requested these reports back. This committee will take action on those reports at the conclusion of our hearing. So you might have heard us asking questions. That doesn't necessarily presuppose that we're going to take a particular action. And the one in particular that you were just referencing was not. It had to do with shipping containers, the huge shipping, backs of truck kind of containers, but different set of issues than the tiny houses. But anyway, none of that has been acted upon at all. It's just simply reports back. So sorry, I just want to make sure that was clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Nelson. Please, yes.
Good afternoon. Nelson Castillo again, budget advocate and also immediate past president of the Westlake South Neighborhood Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We have spent a tremendous amount of time looking at the different departments. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Los Angeles Police Department, which is, as you know, is such an incredible, important department within our city. It is a department that currently has a $1.41 billion budget, according to our research, and they currently are asking for a $1.66 billion budget. There's a lot of thanks need to be given to the Los Angeles Police Department, to the men and women who serve and protect us. And we have a couple of concerns, and for the most part, we support the departmental request, but we also would like to highlight some of the things that we want to bring to your attention. As you know, it is incredibly important that we have the right workforce, the right amount, and we don't have that at this particular moment. We need more officers, and at the same time, we need to take officers that are currently doing not on the street. We need to take them out of the stations and put them on the street. And this has been talked about for many years, but it hasn't been done as effectively as it can be done. And we're asking you to please increase the workforce, to put more officers on the street, and to do your best to also take officers from things that should be done by other individuals, such as in the correctional department, where we currently have officers at this particular moment transporting prisoners, and when they should be patrolling our streets. It is incredibly important that, of course, they be sufficiently manned and staffed, and all the equipment be given. As you know, periodically the equipment needs to be replaced, automobiles, and the motorcycles, the radios, the software, the hardware, and many other things. And I think there are valid requests that are being made by the department currently. But it is incredibly important that also we hold the department accountable. We go in depth into our report, and you have it already. But there are three things that I do want to bring to your attention. We need to hire independent consultants to review and make recommendations regarding the deployment and use of command staff and set up an oversight procedure for the future. Fund the hiring of an independent consultant to review management procedures regarding issues of sexual harassment, gender harassment, retaliation, and other incidents where uniformed officers are suing the city and their supervisors. And equally important, we believe that the cost of all lawsuits, workers' compensation, and other claims charged need to be charged back to the department, and we need to set up procedures across the board to incentivize the reduction of such costs. I don't think that accountability is there at this particular moment, and that needs to take place as soon as possible. And again, we've been talking about this for some time, and we need to implement. It is incredibly important, and we thank again the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department for the work that they do, and we need to give them every single resources that we have available. They have a large chunk of our budget, of course, of every year that we put out, and at the same time, we need to hold accountability, and we need to have transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Howard Ketchum.
Yes, good afternoon, all. I will speak to the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, along with my fellow budget advocates who will chime in. The City of LA took the bold and innovative step to create a neighborhood council system, which has been largely successful in integrating communities and city government. The Department of Neighborhood Council is the backbone of that system upon which the neighborhood councils rely quite heavily. There are 4 points to be addressed here today. One is dealing with the transfer of the funding function to the city clerk. Number 2, the focus on the department's core mission and staffing. 3, the elections, online voting, and funding. And finally, 4, NC funding for the coming fiscal year. First, with regard to the transfer of the funding function from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment to the city clerk. In earnest, the budget advocates have truly not investigated nor evaluated the true impact. However, each of us has our direct opinions as to what are the issues involved in such a transfer. My understanding is that the anticipated transfer is to take place with the beginning of the new fiscal year come July 1st. Here we sit at the beginning of May. And I know, frankly, I don't know of any planning, direct planning that's been done, nor what exactly will be in terms of the smooth transition to the city clerk of such a function, as well as the systems, and the city clerk engaging in something that they currently don't, and that is in the banking relationships, which is the core to the neighborhood council system. I can understand that there are certain accounting functions as well as reporting functions that may well be handled. So I think that I speak on our behalf that there is concern that the time to go through such a major transition is way too short. If you consider, too, that the banking relationship now is perhaps in question as to whether that'll be transitioning to another institution or not, and you think about how long it took for the evaluation, both through the city various channels, to implement the current neighborhood council checking system that took approximately 1 year to do. So at this point, are there any comments from the rest of us? No? Okay. Then we shall move on to number 2, which is the focus on the department's core mission. The transition of the funding piece to the city clerk could well be a benefit, perhaps not. The core mission of DUN is the training, outreach, support, and the development of the neighborhood councils. The funding piece is a major portion of that as well, which, as I say, is a backbone piece too. In order for DUN to more effectively support, train, educate the neighborhood councils, the ratio of field staff needs to improve by adding additional staff. Right now, DUN is functioning, trying to manage a neighborhood council system of 96 on a very lean staff. The ideal staff for now would be considered one neighborhood council or one DUN employee dealing with outreach, as well as educating, training, dealing with any issues that arise at a ratio of about 1 staff to 8 neighborhood councils, which would mean that there should be a minimum of 12 DUN staff supporting neighborhood councils in those ways. Elections, online voting, and funding. There have been some questions raised. I happened to watch Gracie Liu's discussion with the Budget and Finance Committee on Friday with regard to the online voting success. And there were some questions. Perhaps nobody's fully come to a full decision, but I must say from my vantage point, I fully support the online voting for neighborhood councils. This, like the neighborhood councils themselves, is a bold experiment to a way to outreach as well as engage citizenry and enfranchise them to vote within the neighborhood council elections, which is can be definitely a benefit to the city in encouraging enfranchisement and voter participation overall. It's understood that most any new type of system that comes about is bound to have a bump here, a bump there, and such. In terms of the voting process, you have several components. You have the front end, which is where prospective stakeholders will go and register. and then certify, or rather verify, that they're eligible to vote within that particular election. That back end is handled by Dunn, the department, and in the event that a prospective voter does not have the proper documentation to qualify, then it's to the department to go and follow up with the individual and try to have the individual provide the documentation required to certify the individual as a voter. In many cases, the department has reached out to voters lacking documentation, but the voters haven't responded, and thus deadlines have been missed and voters haven't been included. But I speak from experience, having managed the neighborhood council elections for eight neighborhood councils in the Southwest Valley Region 3, 5 of which used the online voting. As you know, there are 35 neighborhood councils that are using it this round, but 5 of them used it, and the system was very successful, both in terms of people being able to vote and as well as on election day showing up at the polls and signing up to vote there. So again, that's a successful example which can counter, again, the initial bumps in the road that were experienced with the process. It is indeed a learning curve, and as I say, it holds a lot of promise for the department, the neighborhood councils, and the city overall. And then with regard to the neighborhood council budget proposed in the mayor's budget for this year, it's been noted that the neighborhood council's individual budget will be $37,000 per council. Currently, as you know, Council President Wesson had worked on and granted, or with the City Council, had given an additional $5,000 for this fiscal year to the neighborhood councils, bringing their current budget to $42,000. We would ask that this body consider maintaining the current budget level at $42,000 per neighborhood council, which is an additional $480,000 of the city budget to fund the additional $5,000 for 96 neighborhood councils. At that, I conclude. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Howard. With that said, I'd actually prepared a big whole presentation for this, but this morning I woke up and I was very conflicted, especially after I'd been to the elections yesterday in the Mid-Wilshire area. I was actually a poll manager for Greater Wilshire area. And just hearing the comments from the voters that were coming, because it wasn't only the voters coming to vote for the neighborhood council, but some of the voters that were actually voting for the delegates, which was down the street. I also got to talk to them also. And hearing their concerns, what they actually felt about what's going on in the City of Angels. I've been a part of the budget process going all the way back to Mayor Hahn when we were the mayor's budget advocates. And as we had our baby steps just advising, and then as we started moving forward and getting more understanding of the budget, actually starting to meet with departments, we actually sprang into the neighborhood council budget advocates of what you see today. We do our reports, we meet with all the departments, we meet with the unions, we meet with almost anybody who has any kind of presence in the budget itself. And when I was listening to the people yesterday, though, a lot of them had grave concerns, the trust factor. And that was huge. It's the first time where I've really heard the trust factor of what's going on with the city itself. They're not seeing the services, yet they're being charged for the services. They're being taxed for the services. They're seeing everything where money's coming out of their pockets and they're not seeing the services. So how can we get back to where we earn that trust? I mean, I don't even want to bring it up, but they even heard about the sidewalks themselves. They know the city was sued for the sidewalks and that we have to do it. Not the fact that it's something that we're going to do because it's part of the budget. It's because we've been sued for it, and that's the reason. And there were other things that they were concerned about, the normal stuff that you normally see, tree trimming, having nice parks, quality of life in their area. Some areas overdevelopment, other areas not enough development because there's not enough housing. And then the difference between what is low-income housing versus affordable housing. I'm from the west side. I actually represent part of Councilmember Koretz's area as the neighborhood council in South Robertson. I mean, you have couples there who make $100,000 a year, have one child, and are spending 50% of their income just on housing alone. And that is a big concern for us, all of us, because we represent our stakeholders and you represent your constituents. So with that, I was looking at the budget and how the budget had stated. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to bring it back to, but basically, let me make a few brief points about the budget itself. The mayor said when he made it for his campaign, was back to basics and also to have performance-based budgeting. Well, when we met with many of the departments did not know what performance-based budgeting was. They did not know at all. Maybe one of the things we should do is educate them and give classes on how to do performance-based budget. It's very important because they're still looking at it as performance-based budgeting is line items with cuts, not realizing whether this cut really makes a difference or not. Whether if we add this, will it actually increase services to the communities? The second one was about revenue. Now, we have our Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates radio show that we do on Saturday nights, and one of our guests was Miguel Santana. And when we talked to him about revenue and the revenue of the city, there wasn't additional revenue. We basically have to go to the ballot. Well, people don't want to hear you going to the ballot asking for more money. What I make as a recommendation is buy a taller ladder. Because right now, we've basically picked off the low-hanging fruit. We need to get to that next level of the tree to be able to start looking for additional revenues. One of them is sanitation. We were talking to them, and there's $80 million worth of grants that are available that they could go after, but they need additional personnel to be able to write and be able to follow up on those grants. Some people think that hiring additional people for money that's not guaranteed may not be a great return on investment. I'm in the financial services industry. That's what I do. A lot of people think that I work for the city because I'm here a lot talking in front of city council and doing things for my community because I care about my community. And as in financial services, we do take calculated risks. There are people who put money in their retirement funds in the bank, and they get less than 1% on that investment. But when we take a calculated risk, we look at more getting a higher rate of return. That's what we do with the pensions. We don't put the pension money into a bank account and get less than 1%. We actually invest it into the market using calculated risk to get a higher rate of return. That's what we should be doing with the budget too, looking at opportunities to get a higher rate of return to be able to produce more services for our citizens and for everybody in the city of Los Angeles. And that was sanitation. Also, I was trying to submit sanitation when we met with them is run very well. They get it. They understand performance-based budgeting. And they even have great personnel who are looking at things that they could do better in the community. One of them is Janelle Gardina. She is actually a sanitation supervisor in West LA. And she called me because she wanted help. She wanted me to bring something forward that could be beneficial to the city. Because part of the district that she has is where on one side of the street is the county, the unincorporated part of the county. On the other side is the city of Los Angeles. Guess where all the illegal dumping is? It's on the city side, not on the county side, because the county has a $10,000 fine for illegally dumping, plus they'll impound and take away your car. Do you know what the fee or what the penalty is in the city of Los Angeles? $1,000. $1,000 is a cost of doing business. There's no other ramifications. So with that said, she was recommending to me to bring forth to Budget and Finance and to the City Council later on is to make it where the penalty's $15,000 and we take away their vehicle that they're using to do illegal dumping. Because if we do that, it's a real penalty. And then for the ones that we're able to catch, we're able to use that money to be able to use for rewards, also use the money to be able to pay for the actual cleanup, and then the rest of the money could go back into the general fund to be able to produce better quality of life for the residents in the city of Los Angeles. Now, I understand that we have to go back to Nelson with EMD.
Yes, if I may.
Okay.
Thank you. I spoke with you about the Los Angeles Police Department with a $1.41 billion budget. And now I'm going to speak to you about another department that we have, the Emergency Management Department, which is, in my opinion, equally important as the LAPD, but so woefully underfunded that we need to change that as soon as possible. As you know, we have approximately 4 million individuals in the city of Los Angeles. We have approximately 400,000 businesses in the city of Los Angeles. We have all these departments and city agencies. And who manages emergency management response? The Emergency Management Department. And yet, we're woefully underfunded them. At this particular moment, again, we have a report, and I won't go into detail, but I want to highlight to you about 3 or 4 different items to bring to your attention. Number one, they are woefully, they don't have enough people, and you need to give them more individuals compared to other cities around the country. I'll give you an example. San Francisco, they have 27 emergency managers per 1 million. EMD has 5 emergency managers per 1 million. New York City, it's 28 per million, and Washington, D.C., it's 80 per million. The other thing that also worries us tremendously is that they are heavily dependent on grant money that is coming from somewhere else rather from the city. We need to fund the Emergency Management Department. We need to self-fund it. And we need to give them every tool at our disposal because, as you know, unfortunately, we live in an area that is prone to a tremendous amount of natural disasters, all different types, with earthquakes, as you know, at the top of the agenda. And we need to fund them, and we need to give them what we need to give them. And there's, at this particular moment, they're simply asking, I believe, they want to go from 2.1 million to 3.27 million. If you ask me, you need to give them even much more than that. The other thing that we also need to fund and want to make sure is that we are able to effectively communicate to our community how to best prepare for all these natural disasters. And I think we can do better. And we need to give them money to be able to implement those great ideas that they have, the great plans, but because of lack of resources, because of lack of people, they're not able to truly reach the magnitude of people that we have here. And also, you need to enable them to be, again, as I'm going back, they need to be self-sufficient. When the Emergency Management Department has to call the IT department and wait for somebody to come and help them with their technology, I think that's not efficient. And if something happens, they need to have their own IT people. And there are other things that in our report we have listed. Again, I believe that the city is incredibly interested in protecting the well-being of all of our residents, making sure that our businesses will be up and running should, unfortunately, some type of disaster happens. And the Emergency Management Department is at the heart of planning and helping you all. And finally, I forget, they don't have, and they need to have, an alternative emergency management center facility to run their operations. In other words, if their operations currently where they're at, something happens to it, we are in dire, dire trouble because there isn't another center we can move rather quickly, and they need to have that. You know, I have life insurance. I pay money for the life insurance. I'm a healthy individual, but, you know, we need to invest for the worst because something will happen. We all know about it, that it's going to happen. And I want the city to be as best prepared, and the emergency management department is at the heart of it. Thank you.
And Howard, you want to bring up 2 more points?
Yes, please. Yeah, with regard to the elections, I would certainly support the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment's request to begin the funding for the 2018 elections in April of 2017 rather than waiting until the fiscal year of July in order to start the initial outreach. As you know, the Valley region votes first, and it's very important to have all the marketing, outreach, and other things in place and funded. And also with regard to the Neighborhood Council funding for the next year, something that's been discussed with the neighborhood councils, and I would like you to strongly consider, is the ability to go and roll over funds from one fiscal year to another. It could be a set amount, perhaps not a whole year's worth, and up to a certain capped amount. So, thank you.
Thank you. With that, it concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
I suspect there will be. Mr. Blumenfield, any questions?
Well, I'll just say, I particularly like the idea of trying to look at increasing the penalties for dumping. So I would ask for a report back on that and the implications of that. Anytime we can keep our neighborhoods cleaner and you know, create a more parity in terms of the penalties, it's a very positive thing. And just generally, yeah, you know, generally I really appreciate all of what you said, and what heartened me a little bit is the way that you're talking about these issues, and the issues that you've brought up are very much in line with the way that we've been talking as a budget committee in terms of trying to make the city smarter, more efficient, looking at some of the cost-saving issues that you're raising. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for the time and energy that you're putting in. And I think we're all going for the same goal, which is how do we make this city, you know, metrics-driven, efficient, getting the best bang for our buck, and trying to improve the quality of services and the quality of life for our community. And that's what you're about. But what's especially impressive, you're about it, and you're doing it, you know, on your own time. And that is appreciated and certainly respected by me, and I know by my colleagues as well. So just a big thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you. And I would certainly echo the thank you for all your efforts. A couple things I'd mention. I strongly agree with your suggestion to prioritize HPOZs, and I think that was pulled out of the budget. I think that would be a huge mistake, and after all the work we've done on that, to allow that to sort of die on the vine would be just a mistake and a missed opportunity. So hopefully that'll be one of our highest priorities to restore. I also like the idea of hiring 1 or 2 people to work on sanitation grants. I think there's a lot of money that we're leaving on the table by not doing it, and the risk of hiring 1 or 2 people, I think, would be relatively minimal compared to what we could potentially gain from that. So I'd certainly encourage that. And on the neighborhood council rollover, I might suggest that we look at something in between, because in some cases neighborhood councils have extra money just because they haven't been very good at spending it, and I don't think that's a very good excuse. On the other hand, there are sometimes projects that aren't quite finished in a given year or need more funding than can be supplied by 1 year. So perhaps there could be a process in which a neighborhood council would request and justify the rollover, but be allowed to keep that if they can justify it. I haven't read your whole document, obviously, because you may or may not be aware we really got it this morning. But I'm sure there are a lot of additional valuable things in it that you didn't mention. So I'm sure we'll all take a better look at it. but I appreciate some very good suggestions.
Thank you. Mr. Monin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the advocates for their work on this. The most important thing I want to thank you for is the timing with which you submitted the report. Last year, I had asked Jay, when he was sitting there, that the report come in earlier at the beginning of our budget process so that it could inform our questioning of the departments when they come up, and I appreciate this. I've looked at it before I talked to a number of the departments, and there's some stuff directly in here that I pursued and asked for report backs on, so thanks for that. Particularly want to thank you for the planning recommendations you gave. As I'm sure you know, some of them are already underway. The linkage fee study is already underway, and there's already some motions in place to streamline the approval process for 100% affordable housing. So thanks very much for that. I really just wanted to say thanks because I think it was good work and it certainly informed my deliberative process.
Thank you.
And I think this is a continuation of a very productive journey that this committee has been on with the budget advocates. Certainly, you know, we don't necessarily act on every recommendation that the advocates have presented, but I think that if you take a step back and look at it, you'll see that on the whole, an awful lot of the recommendations that you've been developing are very consistent with the things that either in response to your recommendations or independently we're thinking along the same lines and developing the same sorts of concepts. And as I've gone through this, I'm seeing an awful lot of stuff that over the last week we've been requesting reports back from our department that are contained in your report as well. And I want to say that just as a matter of format, this individualized department by department reporting format is really useful. Because rather than just taking a voluminous report and trying to weed things out of it, having the 30,000-foot overview and then the department by department specific recommendations makes it a lot easier for us to do follow-up and to relate what you're recommending to what we're asking in terms of reports back. So that's very helpful. I do want to ask you, I hope this isn't provocative, or maybe it should be provocative because that's how you get good ideas. But you, through your process, touch every part of our city. You touch every category of stakeholder in our city who has input through the neighborhood council process. So when I go through these recommendations and see them, many of which I agree with, particularly when it comes to enhancing services that have been cut or that aren't adequately being performed. Almost in every department, there's some recommendation that you have for enhancing services, restoring cut positions, filling positions that have been empty, expediting things, and so forth. You also recommend in here taking $1.5 billion of general fund money and giving it to the DWP. And a number of other things in here that cost a whole bunch of money to the general fund. So all of which, many of which I think we've talked about in this committee, many of which we agree with. But we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of millions or billions of dollars of new expenditures. So in the process of doing the outreach that you've done, what is your best thought about what you think the options might be for either cutting existing services that are unnecessary in order to pay for that or enhancing revenues to pay for that? I mean, $80 million in potential grant funds, okay, that's a good start. But even if we were to get all of that, how do we get from there to the billions that would be necessary to do the things that I think we all agree we probably want to get to a point of being able to do?
I'd like to address that. First of all, as I said at the beginning, there is a structural issue here, which is what is performance-based budgeting, and I think that was echoed by several other people. we need to look at what the goals are first and then step back and restructure the departments and the city providing of these services in a way to provide the services and letting go of some of the stuff that has continued from year to year, from decade to decade, that is not necessary. We need to get rid of the buggy whips and start focusing on the cloud internet type
So I
of
get
stuff.
that, but what are the buggy whips? I mean,
Okay.
where are there
That would be
10
up to-
digits worth of buggy whips?
We
in the
don't
budget?
know that until we take it apart. We do see issues when we reach out to the departments of, well, somebody does this and somebody does that. There's a bureaucracy issue, I think, that needs to be looked at here. There is going to be pain involved, but we need to start moving in that direction. Like the mayor said, we need performance-based budgeting. As Terry brought up, that doesn't mean changing things in a line item. That means really reassessing what needs to be done to provide the stakeholders with the resources and the services that we need. Okay. Terry, do you want to continue on that?
Absolutely. Would you have some?
I'd like to add a comment or two, if I may. I think, first of all, there's got to be a recognition. We have some of the same views that you do, but we don't have the responsibility that you do. And with the responsibility, it's a great deal more burden than being able to sit off in left field and offer a comment or two. Having said that, I don't think there is a member of this committee who hasn't tried very hard to put their best efforts forward.
That's why I ask.
I think what is needed more than anything else is transparency. If the electorate and if your constituents and our constituents know why something is being done and what is being asked of them, I think they will be more than likely to come forward. We're a caring city. We are the city of angels. We, more than many other cities, will go out of the way to do things the right way. But it has to be clear. And that's partially your responsibility, partially ours. But working together, if we can't clarify it, we're never going to get there.
Couldn't agree with you more.
May I add also, sir?
Sure.
At times, it's very difficult to obtain information from the departments, and just to set up a meeting so that we
Even
can
for
talk.
us sometimes.
And I also, as you know, as you said previously, we are all volunteers. We dedicate a tremendous amount of time to this, but we also have our own day job. And the question that you ask is a very profound question. Give me details as to how can we go about it. And I believe we've done as best as we can with our report to give you some starting points, ideas for you to think about. But there are many, many more out there, sir, that I believe that probably we do not have the necessary capacity because we don't have paid staff. We are volunteers. But to echo what my colleague said here, we plead to you that you do the best that you can in your oversight capacity, to be on top of these departments, not just to give them money and just do whatever the heck you want with it, but to hold them accountable with the guidelines that you have. I think that's a great starting point in some of the ideas that we proposed to you on the report, and we talked about it today, are something for you to ponder about. But there is a tremendous opportunity to be much more efficient and much more accountable, and as my colleague very well said, to be more transparent.
I agree. And please, I hope I didn't give the wrong impression. I'm not trying to offload this responsibility onto you guys. I'm just hoping that because you do get input from every different direction in every part of the city, maybe you sense kind of a consensus view out there of, either cost reduction or revenue enhancement that we might actually be able to move forward on, because I think I can speak for my colleagues here that I've worked with in this committee for many years that we're sure trying to turn over every stone and trying to find that. And sometimes there are, for example, revenue options that we would be ready to advance right now, but we have the sense that maybe we wouldn't be able to get much traction with the public, or a cut that we might all agree might be appropriate, but there's a constituency out there that really wants that one program, and they're going to come and they're going to say, under no circumstances should you cut it. So that's why I'm hoping that with your broader consensus viewpoint that you draw from all stakeholders, if there are suggestions like that, because look, let's face it, there's a disconnect between what we want to accomplish and what we are able to accomplish with the status quo. There just is. And, somehow we've made tremendous progress, I think, in going from a point where we were nearly bankrupt to a point that we now have a sustainable budget with long-term challenges that we're aggressively working on. But that's a very different situation than being teetering on the edge, which is where we were. And we did that with a lot of incremental changes. But we still have a ways to go, to be sure.
Well, I think one of the things, though, is that when you look at some of the stakeholders, we have 40,000 employees. We have some of the smartest employees in the state of California. I've met with them. But sometimes they feel that the city of Los Angeles is very stuck in its ways. Change, it's not that they fear it, it's just that change won't be done. It's like, no. I hate to say it, Councilmember Koretz, but you had one deputy who he always said no. As soon as you asked him a question, it was always no. Instead of looking at, and then finally John told him, you're cutting yourself down. You should give yourself more credit. You'll be able to find how you can do it. And eventually he came around and saw that there is possibility for change because he felt that his supervisors would say no immediately. That's kind of the culture that's been going on. We're going to do the same thing as we always did. And that's where the employees see that. There is a lot of knowledge, and especially if we're losing 40% of our employees because of retirement, we better tap that knowledge and actually give incentives somehow to be able to get where the brightest people who are working for the city are actually saying what needs to be changed, what needs that we could do better. Just like Janelle Gardina from Sanitation over on the west side. She made this recommendation because she sees that on one side of the street, which is the county, it's clean. We have the Great Streets program, and we got illegal dumping all over on our side because of the lack of a penalty. That's just one idea. I mean, the mayor talked about the one gentleman, first year in office, where he did the savings in all the rec centers with the air conditioning. How many more of those ideas that we can do to be doing hundreds of $millions a year in savings, so that if we have those savings, we could take those savings and be able to do those types of projects that the residents want.
On that front, on a positive note, we have the the Innovation Fund, which goes through my committee, the IGTCT committee, and we've been getting great ideas from folks on the front line. That's an innovation fund. It's $1.5 million each year, where city employees come forward with ways to either save money or generate money or just be more efficient and effective. And we've had a tremendous number of ideas come through there. Things as simple as a DWP employee noticing that they spent a lot of time climbing to inspect the pipes, and if they had one of those $5,000 drones, they could do all sorts of inspections much faster and not get bitten by rattlesnakes. We funded that. The fire department coming up with a nurse practitioner program, which was an interesting idea of how to save money, but didn't fit neatly into all the categories. We funded that through the Innovation Fund, and now that's been part of our regular budget. So on a positive note, there is this Innovation Fund. There is an outside committee that's evaluating ideas like what you're talking about every day, that then brings it to the IGDCT committee, that brings it to the council. So we're moving forward with a number of those ideas, but it isn't producing the billions of dollars, but it is producing millions of dollars of savings and good ideas and efficiencies.
Along those lines, I'm going to suggest there's one other thing that needs to be done. Over the 7 years that city has had a problem, you've cut your departments so that they're very lean. One of the departments that you've cut to a very lean area is the personnel department. And it's been cut in essentially the area of training. I think the most important city asset you have is your employees.
Absolutely.
And I will tell you that my best guess is that the most important look you give each employee is the day before you hire them. And from then on, it's kind of downhill. Now, you are a city that is undergoing tremendous turnover in personnel. Your most important asset are your employees. And those employees of yours who do well might very well be the star employee in a department that's across the hallway from the department they're now in. But unless you've got them trained, unless you've got a way of identifying them, you're missing opportunities.
Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. As you may know if you've observed some of the things I say, I think the personnel department is dramatically underfunded, both in training and in the ability to hire. But the place I think is the closest to a buggy whip is IT. And we have a lot of efficiencies that we've talked about since I got here, about how we could have one person entering a piece of data rather than 7 and not onto paper files, which we store, and that would save us a lot of money. Yet in many years our response was to dramatically cut the IT department, which is really shooting ourselves in the foot. Now, I don't know if there's some way, and we really haven't discussed this, to possibly bond fund all of our IT and just get it all done in a year or two. Because there's no question it'll save us money. It's just we, on one hand, don't want to spend money, and yet we're missing the opportunity to save it. So if there was a way to follow up on that thought, the people that are doing the multiple entries onto paper files are really the buggy whip makers of the future. And the folks that are doing a lot of that clerical work wouldn't be without jobs. It's not like we don't have many other places where we could use those exact same skills. We're just talking about that, in fact, with LAPD, that we need to dramatically replace civilians, and a lot of them are doing clerical functions that could be done by people that are doing them now in duplicate and triplicate and quadruplicate because we haven't fully implemented all those systems.
Add to that actually our IT department in the last couple of years, since I've been here, has gone dramatic leaps. We used to be probably one of the most backward cities in terms of our technology, and these last years we're winning the Digital Cities Award. We're winning a whole number of awards for actually being forward-looking and, in fact, getting off the mainframe and completely moving to the cloud. There's still more to be done, and along the idea that Mr. Kretz was talking about, I've been pushing this idea of a virtual infrastructure fund, which we asked for a report back on earlier about how we have a certain amount that we invest in our physical infrastructure as a policy, and eventually to get to a policy where we invest in our digital infrastructure similarly, because as Mr. Kretz pointed out, sometimes it's hard. You can't fund certain innovations or technology through MICLA because of just the way that it's set up. So it is something that we can make these investments. But I do want to give ITA a lot of credit for what has happened in these last couple of years, because we really have made quantum leaps and are moving forward in that regard. That being said, there's still some things happening. Police department's still doing certain reports on paper, and where tablets would make a lot more sense. And there's a number of other areas like that which are still low-hanging fruit. Even though we need a ladder to get to the taller fruit, there's still some fruit that we can reach, and I think some of those are in the technology. Technology continually provides us with lowers the fruit for us a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Kretz, for raising that.
And if I could just add, I don't want to imply that we haven't made progress, because we've actually made tremendous progress, but I think we should be making more progress more quickly. We still have, and we talk about it every budget year, folks that are the one person that know how to operate a piece of software that predates COBOL, which predates most people that are working in the industry already. I think with infrastructure, the big infrastructure, replacing exploding pipes and all the things that we're way behind on, we absolutely need a fund to gradually do that. With IT, I just don't think we can afford to be gradual, because we're losing the people that know how to operate the old systems, and we don't want to wait until they're gone and we have to teach new people to operate the old systems. We want to put in all the new systems. We want to see the efficiencies as soon as we can, because it can save us the money to get through this. It's not as urgent as it was 6 years ago when we were coming up with solutions and then cutting the IT department, and we were hundreds of millions of dollars short in trying to figure out how to get through this. But it is the kind of opportunity I think you're all talking about. The buggy whips, where we shouldn't be doing this anymore. We should figure out a way to create a fund and fund all of it and get it done in the next year or two.
Just for the record, Matt Hale knows COBOL.
Wow.
So we hope not to have to enlist him for that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I have another suggestion. Look to outside sources to fund the services that you'd like to provide, but you cannot provide, and I have an example. There are plenty of mentally ill people out there on the streets, and homelessness is one of the major problems that we are facing as a city. In order to provide those services, we met with Kevin DeLeon's office, and we spoke with him about the homeless people who were right there in his district, right outside his door even. And we spoke also about the lack of funding for mental health services since the late 60s, when Landrum and Pitras Short came into place, and the responsibility for the mentally ill was transferred from the state to the counties. So it's the county that would be providing the majority of the services for the mentally ill. But what we talked about was that it was the housing that was needed. Subsequent to that, in fact, the retreat was the very next day. They discussed this issue, and they came up with a plan to use the available funds for providing services to the mentally ill to provide housing for the mentally ill, which resolves or moves in the direction of resolving some of the issues that we have here in the city of Los Angeles. That's one suggestion. The second suggestion is, yes, we're talking about the big picture, and the big picture is all important. However, there can be tweaking done in some of the programs and with some of the fees. For example, in the Housing Department, there is a systematic code enforcement program that you're all aware of, and they would like to be able to reduce the time for inspections from 4.5 years of each dwelling to their goal of 3 years. Why not raise the annual rent registration fees to cover that and to assure that the affordable housing that remains in Los Angeles is actually livable?
But you're absolutely right with looking at technology and how we need to move forward. Because when you look at all the largest companies on the Dow, a lot of them are technology companies. I mean, we talk about Uber. They're not a transportation company. They're a technology company. The same with UPS. They're a technology company that happens to deliver packages. And the same can be said about with the city of Los Angeles, a lot of the things that we could be doing. Like LAPD. When an officer has his ticket book, there's 3 different ticket books in there. There's the greenies, there's the release from custody, and there's also the ACE tickets. Why are they still handwriting tickets? Why aren't they entering it into their computer terminal that's in the car that then kicks out a paper ticket, or like a receipt for the person, and then have a smartphone where the person signs it right there to agree to appear in court? So then that eliminates having to have a data entry operator entering all those tickets into the system. It's already entered immediately. That's technology that we could be saving money and also increasing productivity. They could also be doing their reports in the field. as opposed to at the end of their shift having to then go back into the station and then inputting all their reports. It's just one way using technology. Because I don't even know how much it is that we just, for printing tickets, just to print the booklets so that they could have the tickets. Then for them to be out there manually writing the tickets and then having somebody else at the end of shift entering them into the system so that it's then there. It could be immediately done in the field and be put into a database. I mean, that's just one recommendation that could easily save tons of money over the long term. It may only be a couple $1 million this year, but the next year, it'd be $30 million in 10 years if that was the case. And those are things that we could be looking at to expand upon. But we need our employees to be able to give us those, right? I understand about. Now, that was the department that used to give out the postcards that used to come in the mail?
Which one are you talking about?
The one that the committee you were talking about of innovation.
Yeah, well, there's the Innovation Commission, and then there's the committee, the IGTC committee, which I chair, which looks at all of those, and then we fund.
Because I remember I got one of those postcards in the mail. What could we do to increase productivity or save money? And I said, email me this card from now on. Well, I never got the card again. So. Any last comments?
Yeah,
questions?
Terry, maybe you could speak about the project that we worked at Civic University 2.0 with the 311, which could also be a great idea of savings that we made a presentation of. Would you?
Oh, yeah. Well, with 311 itself, though, one, because of the budget crisis, we had to condense the amount of hours that 311 was available. And what we could do is to be able to increase productivity and save money because I'm trying to remember from Civic U, the cost per call. $6 and some change for the call. Thank you for reminding me. $6.94 per call to be able to produce a call when somebody calls 311. If we use voice prompts like they do when you call your credit card company, where you give all that information and it has it all, we could do that with 311 and to be able to take that call from almost $7 all the way down to pennies per dollar or pennies per call, which would be a huge savings. And that's one thing that could be innovated. We actually did it in Civic U, and I don't know what they did with it. I gave them the whole report. But that's another thing. A lot of the reports, a lot of the audits, they seem to die. The controller does reports. Like one of the reports was for GSD and having a property management system. And one of the issues that was in that Controller Galpin brought up was about a car that they had maintained. Well, the amount that they had spent on the maintenance of the car was more than what the car was originally bought for. But because there wasn't a good management system for that, it fell through the cracks, and we just kept spending more and more and more money on it to the point that when they found it in the audit, what they had done. So what do we do with those audits? How often do they come to City Council? How many times are they actually evaluated and seeing if it's a good plan to be able to implement? So that's it. Okay. Last comments?
Yeah, just an observation that may be considered provocative, but it's not meant as being provocative. If you listen to what's been said over this table over the last hour and a half, there are a lot of instances where things have been suggested that in many instances have not been considered by the city because the people making the suggestions weren't city employees or weren't part of the city. I think we lose something by doing that. It's a culture that I think has to change, but it has to change from the top down. You know, a good idea is a good idea irrespective of where it comes from.
And I think everybody on this panel would certainly agree with that concept. The source of the idea is irrelevant to its quality. It's just a matter of, getting the information necessary to evaluate it, but regardless of whether it comes from the budget advocates or a constituent that calls my office or the CAO. There's no monopoly on good ideas, to be sure. Sorry, Mr. CAO. Don't take it personally, but... All right. Anything else, members? thank you all very much again. Really appreciate the incredible amount of depth that you've the depth to which you have dove in this. It was a very impressive bit of work, and as I say, many of the recommendations track nicely with what we're already doing, and I think there's lots of individual ideas as well that probably we wouldn't have thought of otherwise that are certainly worth following up with. So
well, we appreciate under your leadership that we're actually having this partnership where it's unheard of in other cities or states for that matter, and it's actually getting, because we work the closest to the people when you really look at it, because part of what the charter had said when it brought the neighborhood councils out was that, one, we would be the conduit between the stakeholders in City Hall and to direct city services. And most of the neighborhood council members that I know of have that direct relationship with their community, and they're always bringing to the council offices or to the departments to be able to get things done, and also to tell everybody in city government what's going on in the communities. But we thank you for being able to give us this voice every year to be able to have that. So I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. Thank you again very much. Have a great day. And so, members, the next order of business is if we can just have a quick look at the list of committee questions, time-stamped 122, to see whether anybody has any recommended changes to that list. Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, on budget impact item 597, regarding the off-site council and committee meetings, I don't know if we actually need a report on that or if we can just make the correction without it, since it was noted that that was removed in error, and we are indeed going to continue having off-site council and committee meetings.
Either way is fine for us.
Yeah, I think it would be my preference if we not breach the wall of starting to take votes on things before we get all the reports back. Let's go ahead and
Sounds like it could be a 3-line report, though. I wouldn't want us to spend a lot of time on it.
It probably would be. It's just the reports are our way of keeping track of what we want to bring back for further consideration.
Okay. So we'll encourage you to be brief and waste a lot of time with that.
One sentence.
Okay. Also, looking back to the previous questions, I actually have one change on number 288. It was marked as a special study, but I'd like to change it to a budget impact and to have it come to this committee, because that's the Broxton lot in Westwood is already lingering a lot longer than it should. So a special study will only encourage that lingering longer, I believe. So.
Got it. Okay. Anything else, members? Mr. Bonnet?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was one item I asked for in the conversation with the coalition that didn't make it into the report. I'd asked for a report back on the implications of hiring 250 LAPD civilians, financial impact, and what impact it would have on police hiring.
Okay. Anything else? Going once, going twice. All right. Well, if there's no objection, then with those corrections and additions, the list of 1:22:05 p.m. today is approved. So, members, that brings us to the end of today's work. Congratulations. We're finishing quite early, and that will allow you plenty of time to get geared up and ready for tomorrow's hearing, which begins at 1 o'clock, and we'll be taking up the police department and the fire department. So until then, if there's nothing further, we are in recess.